Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. This is the world of Atlaran. We've entered the early stages of an industrial age that has begun taming the wilderness across the world. And while progress brings solutions, it also brings new and more complex problems, and tends to pick at old wounds left unhealed. The first trains have begun to run in the north along with airships, but the long-ignored issues of stolen land, pollution, and deforestation have begun to fester, to name only a few. But our focus and our second story is on one small group of new allies and their own struggles and battles against a changing, dangerous world. Our particular window in time falls 500 years after the Calamity and the Great Shattering of Harris. With any luck, this story will resonate across time like the last.
Christmas Fortunemær, a dodgy charlatan formerly of the Jade Street Crows gang, but he doesn't remember that part of his life. With a 5-year memory gap and having only recently rediscovered friends he'd forgotten, Christmas is suddenly on a dangerous path left by his former self. Thankfully, he's a master of charm, theatrics, and disguise, and when those don't work, he has found family that, whether he remembers them or not, will fight to the last beside him.
Magda Wrenly, a professional mercenary and member of the revered Taiylor clan of monster hunters. With a wasting curse weighing on her shoulders that can't be dismissed by normal means, Magda has been left to search for an unconventional cure. Now, she's found herself with a group of allies she didn't ask for, and friends whose love she doesn't understand. Years of dealing with regret, ill health, and distrust have left her slow to ask for help.
Noah Borago, a cheery alchemist from Reese's Ridge and son of a well-known engineer and apothecarist. Noah's upbringing was colorful, to say the least, leading to his expertise in potions and mechanical contraptions. He's out in the world to find new ideas and support the family business. But now, he's stumbled into a pile of issues that most rich kids from the suburbs just don't deal with. But in his own words, usually with a gun and a grin leveled at the current problem, "Don't you worry there, guy, everything's gonna be hunky-dory."
Foostrak Wildborn, a wandering warrior from the Nathar clan and student of the runic battle traditions of the Giantkin. Raised by folk who believed in the survival of the fittest, but refused to adapt to the modern world, Foostrak left the clan to seek outside knowledge to hopefully bring home one day. He is set on helping his people survive, even if they are stuck in their old ways and don't realize how badly they need his insight.
And we are back, yeah.
Oh yeah. Alright. Hello everybody and welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. Did you miss us? I'm your Dungeon Master, Taiylor Wallace, and joining me I have Astrid Knight.
Hey people, you can find me basically everywhere at Astrid K Writes or on my website astridknight.com. This is my book. It's called Perception Check, book one of the Mages of Elmira saga. It's pretty cool. You can find it where all your good books are sold. And it's about like Dungeons and Dragons and being sad. Do you like those things? Well, then you're in luck. There you go. Buy it today. Perception Check. Go do it.
That was so concise. We also have Blake R. Wolfe.
Hi, I'm Blake R. Wolfe. I also write books about D&D and being sad. You can go check them out. Look at this new cover. Isn't it nice?
I know,
wow.
It's so cool. I love it.
And there's the trilogy, too, that everybody seems to like. So go enjoy those. Have a good time. BlakeRWolfe.com. TikTok. Bye, people.
We also have Zack Gale.
Hi, I have a book coming out on October 3rd called Some Empty Houses Might Really Be Haunted. It is a collection of short horror fiction, and I am getting more nervous about it coming out, but I'm still very excited. And you can find me on Twitter at ZacharyGAuthor and at my website, ZacharyGAuthor.com.
And we have our long-suffering stream master, Zack.
My God, don't give him that.
They let me out of the basement to play D&D again.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
We made him wear a pirate shirt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Uh-huh.
And go get my cowboy hat to
really
wear
not
with my
even
pirate
that
shirt.
pirate.
It's really not a pirate shirt. Like, it's really just a white button-down shirt.
One step closer to Tristan from Stardust
Hey
with beard.
Coop. Hey
Ooh,
Coop.
great
on the
reference.
Stream, I'm seeing that me and Blake are
Gasp.
on the right things.
Fix it!
It's
I'm not Blake.
Oh,
I'm not Astrid.
today you're Blake, okay? Today you're Blake.
Alright, well, while you fix that,
It's
as
fixed.
I mentioned, my name is Taiylor Wallace, Dungeon Master and editor at one point or another. You can find me at Taiylor Wallace, though I really don't use Twitter anymore because it's toxic.
yes.
Yeah.
But make sure you misspell Taylor
In what way?
T-A-I-Y-L-O-R,
IY.
or you'll never find me. Titan.
I like that he said IY too.
yeah.
Hi, why?
Alright, calm down. We need to get to the actual game. All of our links are in the link tree on screen or in the description wherever you're watching or listening. If you like our stream, want to support us, check out our Redbubble and keep an eye out for our upcoming book. The first of the... Did we decide on a name for the series?
The Obsidian Archive.
The
The
Saga of
Obsidian
the
Collective Saga,
Or
the
was it the
Saga of the
Obsidian
Obsidian
Saga?
Collective.
It was the Obsidian Archive.
TBD.
I think. Hold on,
Book.
I put it in perception check.
This is
Hold
taking
on,
so
hold on.
much longer than it needed to.
It's fine. We've got time.
Yeah, the Obsidian Archive.
Yes, I like it.
Obsidian Archive, okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
Wait, did I show any words? Probably not.
barely.
Okay,
Can barely read. But yeah, that's the first book of that saga will be coming out hopefully before... I'm just gonna ballpark it and say before the end of the year, but it'll probably be much sooner than that. But we're almost truly done. Very close. But anyway,
We are so close. Like, oh,
I just have
it's
to
ridiculous.
write the last chapter.
I'm so excited. This book is so good, you guys. It's so good.
I'm
How
so
good is
excited
it?
about it.
It's really
so
fucking good. Like,
good
I'm not the kind of
that-
person to be like, oh, what I wrote's really fucking good, you guys. Like, but this is a really good book.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's full of like nonsense. It's full of like emotional shit. There's some cool ass flashbacks and mysteries that we're setting up for the next books. It's great.
I like mysteries.
Truly, like, I'm not gonna give anything away, but the scene with the big lady is one of my favorites in the book.
Oh, yeah.
That was really.
We're not gonna give away.
Is there only one of those?
No, I mean big
Okay.
lady.
Yeah, the big lady.
I don't
Not
mean,
not
like-
the big lady.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
mean
Real
like
fucking
Gwyn
big
big. I mean like big. Big lady.
She's a
Anyway.
big bitch.
Last time, you guys finally left the fucking Feywild.
We weren't there that long.
But it was only after failing to bring Gwyn back. You guys tried, but learned that perhaps her soul had been stolen by Sav, and he told Magda that her debt was repaid. And he took Gwyn's soul and took away Magda's curse. So, happy day there. But you guys headed out with the Lycari and then parted ways once you got through the Realm Gate. The Lycari have pretty much committed to going rogue at your advice. And you guys headed off to Konstanos with Walter. Oh wait, I forgot. You got Lorcan back.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we did.
That was the
So
important
I forgot my
thing.
poor little Irish
It's
boy.
just a small detail. Just a little one.
and He was very shocked that you didn't leave him behind. So yeah, he also got to see his family for the first time in a century, so that was nice. But yeah, you guys headed off to Konstanos. Noah had the realization that you truly killed Hearsome. Because he's supposed to pop back in, but he's not gonna. Anyway, you guys arrived in Avonfear Wake in Konstanos to meet up with Weofin, Torov, Rearu, and little baby Roadtree. And, Mr. Foostrak got to meet his son for the first time. Titan, I swear to God, I will beat you so hard your grandchildren will feel it.
Oh my god.
And you're fixed, so you don't have any. Shoot. Anyway, so it is Rionel the 6th of 502 First Era after Calamity. You finally know what date it is for the first time in technically 10 days, but also technically like 3 months.
Yeah.
So, yeah. You guys are at Weofin's apartment behind the Avonfear Wake within Durham Andros in Konstanos. You are taking a day to plan and rest. And I told you guys to all come up with what you're doing with this day of downtime. I heard from one of you? I don't know. But, yeah, what's everybody doing?
Did we get our letters yet?
Oh, yeah, it was letters. Yes, these would arrive throughout the day and in the evening.
Okay. So
Tom's and Jasper's would come in about the same time.
Okay. So I have some, something to do with the group. Some group stuff to do. Everybody loves group stuff. And then besides that, I think... Don't want to talk to... I had somebody else go.
I will say, for the sake of the stream, because this happened off-screen, the crew got a few extra letters. 2 were sort of the same information from Lieutenant Tom in Turisaz and Jasper in the who's with the blue shirt. Basically giving you guys an update on a few horrible things that are happening over in Frosthold. Titan, shut up. Stop. Among the news, just to really summarize, was Braviak Jack Kirstensen, also known as Alistair Altera's boyfriend, was killed when his tower collapsed, exploded and collapsed. The city of Issa has fallen to the GWC rebels, and Master Droval Easterlin has gone missing. The general of the Glacier Watch, Joachim Hendrick, has set up a new base in Nothies. Awaz is split between the rebels and the GWC, but Rolliger and Vern are safeguarded while the 2 Elder Druids are there. Kenna has reported Cursed Almatum cropping up on the mainland, off the islands, but it is being contained.
Hell yeah.
Thanks to the work done by Noah Borago and the aid of the Taiylor clan. As of very recently, from, of course, Jasper and Tom's perspective, the Jade Street Crows have collapsed, and all activity has ceased, but they still don't know where Tristan Kepler is. Also going on, because not all of that wasn't enough, the Hesperian Empire saw all the trouble happening and has decided to invade the northern part of Frosthold to grab up land wherever they can while people are distracted. Because that's what they fucking do. The Cult of the Eternal has apparently started aiding the GWC rebels in return for a promise to help liberate Keladir from the Obsidian Collective. And lastly, Tom and Jasper reported that the anchor tree of Atlaran in Irakel was damaged, a branch taken from it. They do not currently know what for, but they do know that Atlaran's tree is the opposite to the Awaz tree. because life and death. But Tom has basically told you guys that he's giving you all the information he can in order to make you guys as aware as possible. And also, he has been ordered by Indira Sokolov as your group's handler in the AMC to be at your service at any time. Jasper's letter had a few more personal details to it, messages for each of you, and also the assurance that he was taking care of Razvan Stormhoof, and as soon as Razvan is able to travel, Jasper hopes to come help you guys, because he, unlike pretty much everybody else, has his area on lock against the rebels. He has managed to take an AMC, or a Marrow Legion battalion, and basically just lock down the entire Blue Shore area, unlike his predecessors who couldn't defend it. Other than
all that leveling up that we did for him.
Yeah. Other than that, Noah got a very strange letter with pieces missing. And figured out that there's a code to it, or a hidden message. And then what was the last letter?
I got one.
Yeah. What was yours? Remind me?
It was from Tristan.
It was from Tristan, yes. It's up to you whether or not you want to share any of that. But, yeah.
Yeah.
But letters aside, until you guys get them, what are you doing with your day?
So first of all, I would like to maybe try and find a... how did we determine, did Noah cast Identify on me, or how did that work that he figured out that there was, like, a curse on me?
Identify doesn't tell you about curses.
What?
Identify doesn't detect curses.
Well,
It doesn't, but that's what we did.
I know, it's because I fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh no, the consequences of my actions.
I guess I would want to find then, like, if I could go to, like, some sort of, like, temple or something. Someone who, like, that has, like, maybe, if we're in Konstanos, I could just go to the Guild of the Gate and talk to...
Guild of the Gate is in Skogerheim and Fjallheim.
Well, there's fucking, like, a place, right? Like, headquarters, isn't there?
Not really.
No? Okay, well, never mind.
There is technically a very small guild hall, but it is mostly archivists that work there, not like chasers and fields people. Titan, I swear to God.
I guess I'm going to try and find, like, the... Look at me.
Yes.
I lost my train of thought now. Titan threw it off.
Curse, Guild of the Gate.
Wow. Yeah, I wanted to go to, like, a, temple or something where
you got a lot of choices.
I know, yeah, so just the closest place that I can go, just to make sure. I want to make 100% sure that Sav wasn't lying and that, like, it really is all gone.
Could ask that cat that's just hanging out over there.
Yeah, it's Walter's cat.
Yeah.
There are spells that could potentially work for that. So then you have a choice. You do know the three most major temples in Konstanos are, of course, Pyrevale in the Obsidian, or they're all in the Obsidian Ward, but there's Pyrevale, which you know is run by Armin Messer, the bearer of Sonoring. There is Wynan Temple, which is an Ioun temple, so like knowledge and all that. It's also a library. And then there is Mathine College, which does contain a temple to Erathis, the goddess of civilization.
Which one is closest?
Konstanos has a set of traversal circles, so they're all close. Technically, the closest one to a traversal circle is Pyrevale, which is also the biggest.
We'll go.
Titan, stop it. Alright, come here. Boy, knock it the fuck off. Stay under there.
Hold me.
But yeah, do you want to go to Pyrevale Temple, see how it's changed in the last 300 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you go alone? I don't ask to be like,
I'm
I'm gonna catch Magda, but
I'm not gonna secretly go. So if anyone wants to go with me,
what Pyrevale Temple? What's their focus?
Pyrevale Temple is the temple of the Raven Queen. It is the largest temple in Konstanos. It's the temple that, if you remember Vosner Kestrel, he was the High Graver. Now Armin Messer is the High Graver.
I'll go with.
Yeah, I'm gonna say.
Yeah, take a crow to the Raven Queen. Let's do it. But yeah, and I assume, Foostrak, you plan to spend the day with your fam, so...
Yeah.
So the three of you, I'm gonna say Sala is gonna stay, because she doesn't trust anything, and also there's a baby there. And Walter will probably stay behind as well. So the three of you head to the nearest, what's called a nexus, where these traversal... What?
Who else is going?
Walter.
Who's the third one?
No,
Oh.
it's the three of you.
I'm staying
who's
behind.
The third one?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's the two of you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Christmas and Magda. You go to the nearest nexus within Durham Andros, which is where all the traversal circles are. I need to come up with a better name, because I hate the phrase traversal circle.
Tricircle.
Sphere. Wishy circle.
Anyway.
Wishy finger hole.
These circles, which you're both very familiar with because you've each spent enough time in Konstanos in the past to know them, they will take you to different nexuses around the city. And the one that you head to is pretty much within sight of the Obsidia Ward, and would actually take you through Hartstead Square. The nexus sits just outside of Hartstead Square. So as you emerge, first you go through, which there are like lines of people. It's like watching people go through like a subway station. There's just lines and lines of people just stepping one by one into these circles and disappearing. The nexuses themselves are not very decorated. They're just sort of stone buildings that are split into pie slices, each with a circle within them. But as you emerge from the other nexus out of this domed building, you are looking into Hartstead Square, this large brick-laid area with a lot of greenery and trees, and of course the central red and white apple blossom tree with the statues underneath it. And you see that this is kind of just a normal beginning of the week day in Konstanos, so people are all over the place going to and from work, picking things up from the market. There are vendors all across the square. And as you go through and down this main drag, you both have seen Pyrevale from the outside many times, but you've probably never gone inside. So you look at this large, like, cross-shaped building that has a massive black dome, the ceiling made of black volcanic-looking glass, but you do know that while you can't see in, people inside can see out, like up at the sky. And it is surrounded by 4 different graveyards that are for different purposes, and each of those have complex mausoleums and tombs underneath them. Standing just outside of the temple at each gate is a pair of what are known as the Kestrel Mace, these knights in dark blue tinted armor, usually with a metallic, cast raven skull on a pendant. Most of them carry halberds and glaives, and wandering around the grounds, taking care of the graves and whatnot, are people in black and gray robes, some wearing mourning veils. And the temple, as per usual, is open to anyone who wants to step in. You guys do notice a small funeral procession off in one of the graveyards, which is kind of just daily business, honestly, for this temple. And inside, you guys will find this massive central room that has rings and rings of benches in sort of an amphitheater style that go down to this pool over which looms the porcelain statue of the Raven Queen with ravens, live ravens, perched on her arms. Christmas, you'll notice there are some similarities between the Raven Queen and Morrigan. Yeah. Though the Raven Queen is much more monochromatic, much more plain. And she has a mask set over her face that is almost featureless, save for just rough shapes, really. But you guys step in, and you are greeted almost immediately by one of these dark-robed priests. This older sun elf, sort of hunched slightly, walks up to all of you and says, "Can I help you at all?"
Yeah, I don't know if you have anybody who's able to identify curses or anything.
Do you know anything about the nature of this curse?
A little. It's bestowed by one of the 4 horsemen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rather serious. May I get your name?
Magda Wrenly.
As in the Nobodies, Magdalene.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Shit. We're really well known. How long have we been known?
I wouldn't say. This is something I heard from the High Graver. It's. If you're averse to being famous, I promise it's not because you're famous.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I am averse to that. Yeah, that's us, and this is Christmas.
Yes, Mr. Fortunemær. Yes, the High Graver has told the Kestrel Mace all about you.
Wonderful.
I think he's the one to deal with this. Let me get him. And he sort of strides away, and disappears. What?
I would have thought he'd be in Frosthold, but okay.
He has a lot of responsibilities. He's one of those people that has, you have to have this certain job to become the bearer. So he's kind of split between Pyrebale and the Obsidian Collective. Just like Arabelle Molinarch, just like Lee Sundappled Leaves as her full name, and so on. But the priest disappears down this set of sort of wide spiraling stairs that go down below the main temple area. And you guys can see while you're waiting that there's just sort of people passing through here and there. Some sit to reflect or pray or mourn or whatever needs doing. And priests just sort of keep up the inner area while it seems like the Kestrel Mace Knights keep watch. And after a couple minutes, you hear the tromping of the heavy armor coming up the stairs as Armin Messer, the younger half-orc, comes up, followed by this Sun Elf priest, and you can hear he's still explaining what you said, basically. And Armin comes and approaches all of you, or the two of you. Good lord, I keep forgetting it's only two of you. And of course, he is this big, tall, built-out half-orc, and he has his dark hair sort of all pulled back into a ponytail, light beard going on his face, tusks coming up on the sides. And as he regards the two of you, he seems confused at your presence, but also he's kind of eager to talk to you. But as he steps up, he sort of hooks his thumbs in the loops of his belts and says, "Well, Miss Wrenly, Mr. Fortunemær, what can I do for you?" Something about a curse?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I don't have one.
All right, well, why don't you come down to my office and we'll take a look, because I think there's a conversation we need to have with the two of you in it.
Oh,
Great.
Um,
Just add to
and
the pile.
he sort of just motions for you to follow, and he takes you back down these stairs. Below, you see there is a chamber that mirrors the one above, except this amphitheater, instead of being full of benches, is an entire pool of a dark crimson liquid that is definitely opaque. And you see a couple priests standing on the edges of it, talking and sort of considering this pool, but they don't really interact with it. And Armin leads you around the pool to a hallway where he goes all the way to the end and opens these double doors leading into a very Spartan office. There's not a whole lot of decoration. There's a ton of books and filing and all that, but there's almost no decor except for a dark blue, black, and gray banner on the wall behind his desk that has a raven skull stitched into it. Stop looking at chat, Taiylor. But as he steps in, he offers two of these sturdy wooden chairs to you guys, and he steps around his desk and sits down kind of heavily and says, "Well, I remember hearing about this curse back in Lodestone Hall. This was the one to do with Sov, yeah?"
Yep. And from what I can tell, oh no, it says my internet connection is unstable. Oh god.
You're still coming through, okay?
Okay. From what I can tell, the curse is gone, and I just wanted to double check and make sure.
Okay. You see Armin lean on the desk and sort of put his elbows down and his hands in front of him, and he looks at you for a long moment, and you realize he's kind of staring past you, and you realize he's casting something. He's sort of praying almost as he stares at you. And then you kind of see behind his hands his lips are moving ever so slightly. And he looks down, thinking for a moment, and you see his eyes flash white as he looks at you, and his brows furrow as he's looking over you. Oh, I don't see anything out of place. Scars, yes, but nothing active.
Well, that's good to know.
Huh. how did you manage to get out of this curse?
Insight check.
Okay. Go for it.
22.
He's being honest. There's
Okay.
nothing left on Magda.
Sweet.
Gwyn died.
Oh, Miss Heron's daughter?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. But that took your curse with her?
He traded places, basically. He said we couldn't take her back. In return, so we're gonna kill him, and we're gonna get her back.
Alright.
Yeah. So that's all I wanted. You said you needed to talk to us about something.
Yes, but hold on. You're planning to kill a god?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you intend to do that?
Grit. Mostly.
I mean, your predecessors did it.
Yeah, but
years ago.
that was, you know, Marin Veneer, Haley Monarch, Silas Veneer. That was them. I'm not saying the Obsidian Collective today couldn't do it if we pulled our asses together, but that's the problem in and of itself.
I don't know, maybe it's just gonna take a couple of nobodies.
Yeah, that's what Roman said. It's actually kind of what I want to talk to y'all about, because Soldering hasn't come home. He was kind enough to tell me in a very friendly, loving way that the Obsidian Collective sucks. But he did it very politely. I mean, that's just how he is, but I don't understand what's happening here. Seems like everything's been falling apart for the past decade.
I see you, Harris.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
He's
I'm
just
just like, well, yeah. Well, funny you
Gosh.
say that.
Yeah. Feels like everything's been falling apart for the better part of a decade at this point, but it seems like it finally done collapsed with Leon. And with the Lakari going to visit all of you very recently. I'm curious what's going on.
Well, maybe we'll answer your question if you'll answer another one of ours.
I will try if I can.
What's going on with the pool out there?
Oh, boy, that thing's embarrassing to explain. It is blood, but I promise you it is not a sacrifice pool. We don't drain people into it. It's enchanted. It is a, how to put it? Y'all know the visiting pool underneath the Monomari? How that thing works? Well, that's kind of what this is, but specifically for the Raven Queen.
So you can talk to the Raven Queen through a big old pool of blood.
Yep, I've done it myself a few times.
Fun.
It's weird. The stories about the pool say that it is made up of the enchanted blood of her past champions. Why she chose that particular idea, I have no fucking clue, but you don't question the Lady of Death.
She is a little macabre, so...
Yeah, well, Ursan ain't much better if you really think about him. All his sons go around stealing people's souls when they're supposed to die, so...
So, alright, so you came here to talk to us about what, your little organization falling apart?
Yeah, I want to know what's happening. Because I don't know about the others, but I'm still... I mean, obviously I got a lot of my own problems here in Konstanos, being Highgraver of Pyrevale, being a member of the city council, but I'm not shirking my duties with the Obsidian Collective. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck to do. And it seems like you bunch of nobodies know more than anyone else.
Armin, don't take this the wrong way, and I mean no disrespect by this. You already answered your question. When you said that if the collective could work together and get their shit together, they could take care of Sav.
Yeah, well, you'd think that most of us would at least get our shit together, but it seems like the Lakari have kind of given up on most of the bearers all of a sudden. And I can't say as I blame a couple of them, especially not Flameheart, but I don't know, I feel like I'm just as much help as Rowan is, and they're working with her. I don't know, maybe I feel a little slighted that they don't trust me. I'm trying to do what's best for everybody, but I guess in the words of Mr. Kit of Volfira, we can't be just peacekeepers anymore. And I'm definitely a peacekeeper.
You just listed off quite a few things that you're responsible for. It's hard to go make peace in other parts of the world when you're looking after a whole city.
Yeah. I guess I'm just looking for some direction here. And the people that I would normally ask for direction are all doing other things and say they don't need my help. I feel like I don't know if I feel like Sonoring's got it handled on his own, or if I really just don't have anything to offer in this situation beyond my sort of purview here.
I mean... not very good at relationship advice, I guess.
Alright.
We already have the letters from Jasper and Tom, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's kind of what it sounds like, is that you all just can't goddamn talk to each other.
Yeah, that is certainly a failing of a number of us.
So, why don't you all get together and talk to each other?
Because we're all scared of each other.
Armin, here's the deal. I cast Exposition. And I am going to tell him about all of the shit we've learned about from the letters from Tom and Jasper about everything that's going on all over the place.
Cool.
Yeah. And then when I see his facial reaction after all of that, I say, "You're a member of the Obsidian Collective before anything else. Pick a fire."
Okay.
You may think that we have our shit together.
No, I don't.
Good, because this is what it's been like from the very beginning, and we've been flying by the seat of our pants.
Well, as I'm sure you've noticed, Mr. Fortunemær, the most powerful people in the world don't have their shit together.
It's very noticeable.
And probably never have, even since the beginning of the Obsidian Collective. The most together we ever were was, well, the most together they ever were was maybe in the couple decades following Obsidian Day. I think I'm gonna go talk to Morgan. He always seems to know what to do.
Well, once you all decide to have a good kumbaya, contact us. Because we're gonna need your help against Sav.
Well,
Because
if you...
I have a feeling that once Sav is out of the picture, a lot of your problems are going to be solved. A lot of what's going down in Frosthold was his doing.
Yeah, I'm aware of that now, but honestly, Miss Wrenly, a lot of our problems have existed since long before Sav started messing with things. The collective, I don't know, something needs to be done. I don't know what it is, but...
Honestly, I don't really care about the Obsidian Collective and their fucking bullshit. I just ask that you get it together for 5 minutes. And then once Sav is gone, you can do whatever the hell you want.
Honestly, fair.
Cool. I get up and I'm going to go to leave.
Go ahead.
I won't miss a beat. I'll just walk in a step right behind Magda.
And Armin just sits back in his chair and is like... And, you guys head out. Where else? Are you going anywhere else, or are you going straight back?
Yes, no, I would like to try and find somewhere, now that I know for sure that I don't have a curse on me, I would like to try and find somewhere that will buy the Black Cascarilla off of me.
You could walk into practically any magic or alchemical shop, and they would be like, fuck yes, we want it.
Perfect.
How much do you have?
I have enough for 8 doses.
Okay. Hold on, let me check a second. Konstanos, Lord. So you would know from either Noah or Christine or Chips that there is a Borago's Brews and Balms in Konstanos, and it's not that far away. If you go through one of the nexuses, it'll take you into East Tap, also known as the East Tapestries, where on Brass Street, one of the shops stands. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, it's in the Obsidian Ward, because it's near Mathine Tower. So you could literally just walk down the street and find it.
Okay.
It's on Brass Street, not... Okay. But anyway, I won't go too far into it, but Tynan Prower is the owner of this particular shop. He's a big-ass orc, but he's so nice. Do you mention to him that you guys... Actually, no, if you walk in, he'll probably know who you are.
I was gonna say that if there's one here, I was gonna grab Walter and go shopping, and that was one of the places I was gonna stop, so I don't know if maybe they'll run into us or not.
Yeah, let's do that. So, okay. Let's go to Noah and Walter first. So you go down to Brass Street, planning to meet up with the other two in a short while. And you know Tynan because your entire life you've called him Uncle Tynan. He used to live in Reese's Ridge for a little while when you were like between the ages of like 9 and 13. And then your parents basically handed him a boatload of money and said, "Go open a shop for us, bud."
Yeah, sounds about right.
So, yeah, he's probably, while he's not new to the sort of Borago family, he's still the newest. So your parents like to treat him like a little brother, even though he's a gigantic fucking orc. But anyway, as you head over there, you see the very familiar, very comforting big sign up front, the like hanging wooden sign with the very carefully carved like potion bottle and like wreath around it and Borago's brews and balms, and you see etched into it very carefully is "and bombs."
Perfect.
And
Beautiful.
the front of the store is like probably 100 panes of glass in different little divided sections, all surrounding a half wood, half glass door. That as you step up, the door swings open on its own, enchanted, and you hear a little bell ring. Inside, with its own unique layout, you see this wall of tilted shelves that have potion bottles resting in them. You know those types of drawers that you pull and they don't necessarily come out, but they tilt down?
Yeah.
That's the kind of sort of
box drawers.
Yeah, kind of that kind of idea. But there's just racks and racks of potion bottles. Most of the ones in plain view are sort of more some of them are mundane, just everyday stuff, and then some of them are basic enchanted potions, and then there are loads of shelves with small compartments that just have different ingredients in them, and then there is a section of the shop, a corner of it, that is carefully locked off behind a barrier that has the controlled stuff like pana and things that are potentially addictive. And then you see this big wooden counter with a glass front at the back that has all of the more expensive potions very carefully lined up and labeled. And then behind that, the sort of cashier's area, you see a wooden half wall topped with a large pane of glass that looks back into an actual laboratory. And standing behind this sort of what would be modern in Konstanos mechanical till is the towering form of Tynan Crower. He is dressed very, very simply, just like a loose linen shirt, basic sort of breeches, boots, and he has this medallion around his neck that you would recognize, that Chip's made for him, and it's basically a medallion he can use to identify magical items and detect magical items around him.
Nice.
But he is just standing there. You see one tusk kind of sticking out. The other one appears to be maybe broken. Big, broad features, long black hair, all pulled back. And he looks over with these mismatched gray and blue eyes and sees you and Walter step in. He's like, "Well, I'll be damned. Noah Borago."
"Oh, hey there, Uncle Ty."
And he sort of pushes himself up from the seat he's in. He brushes 6.5 feet, and he comes around the counter and just grabs you in a big old hug. You just get crushed. It's almost as strong as Christine.
Yeah.
And he steps back and pats your shoulders and looks at you. He's like, "Well, hell, you got a lot taller, and a lot more kitted out too."
Yeah, you should see some of the things I come up with now.
Oh, your ma's been telling me all kinds of crazy stuff, and I honestly believe most of it.
Well, that's good because we've got something new to make today. So I'm gonna. Do you mind if I borrow the lab and like a little bit of your help?
Yeah, sure, of course. And he looks at Walter, says, Mr. Dine, I believe. And Walter nods and sort of shakes his hand. You can see that maybe they've met once or twice. Maybe Walter shopped here or something. But Tynan looks back toward the door to his lab. He's like, yeah, whatever you need to use in there. All I ask is you pay the wholesale cost of materials.
Sure. I look at Walter and like, do you know protection from good and evil?
Let me double check.
Because I kind of need that. I was going to ask beforehand, but we're here.
Yes, he would have access to that.
Cool. I will. I'm going to need your help, and
Right.
I tell Ty that I need silver and iron, and I also am going to need like a tiny crucible and like a little thing to like pour and hammer out like a medallion of some sort.
All right. Is just for my reference, do you know how long this is going to take?
Probably not too long. It's a pretty simple spell.
Okay. Hold on one sec. And he goes up to the front of the door and flips around the open sign. And he walks up to a couple shelves and pulls out drawers full of the materials that you need, and basically lets you take whatever you need out of them. And once you have that all like in little bowls on a little carrying tray that he has, he unlocks the lab for you and lets you in. And this place is kitted the fuck out. This is almost as good as like Chips's home lab.
Nice.
So it's got all the chemistry shit. It's got all the arcane shit. It has like cauldrons and crucibles of all sizes for different things. It has a teeny tiny forge for melting down like metals. And you will see that at the very center there is an actual well in this room, like a very small well that's been dug down. So he has a constant source of water. And it has like a little winch bucket and everything. But he steps in and sort of casts his hand across the room, and all of these ever-burning torches light up along the walls. He says, it's still a little primitive. I haven't put in the electricity yet, but it should do.
Awesome. Okay. So, do you have any residuum on hand by chance? I have some, but...
I think I might have a little powder.
Okay.
Is powder okay? That's all I got.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And he steps back out, comes back with something from the controlled sort of substances section, and he has a teeny tiny, like almost like snuff box sized tin of residuum. But he sets that down and sort of claps his hands together and looks at you, waiting for orders.
Okay. So here's what I'm doing. I would like to create an amulet of protection from good and evil. It's a first level abjuration spell, so I'm assuming it shouldn't be like terribly difficult to make. And yeah, basically my thought was I'm going to make it mostly out of iron, and then I'm going to silver plate it and melt residuum into it if I have to, or place like a residuum crystal in the center to like as a stone or something. And I want to make something that can be worn that does protection from good and evil at all times, like kind of like a protection from divination sort of thing. Or protection from detection. I'm thinking that, but like a much lower level spell.
So considering that you're trying to do this all at once,
And I'm gonna ask Walter to pump magic into it if he can.
yeah. I will give you two options.
Okay.
You can either go for an item with charges,
Okay.
which will allow the casting of protection from evil and good, or like a once a day kind of thing, or you can make it always the effect always on, but only work against one particular type of creature.
Let me see. Well, I guess then I have a question. Do I know what type of creature Sav is?
Let me double check what they're considered.
Because that was kind of the reason for doing this.
Because, well, that is a question, because Celestials are the servants of gods, but
Okay.
gods themselves I would class as being primordial, because they're older than everything else.
Okay. Is that considered... Because D&D doesn't list primordials as like a beast type, I don't think.
No. Well, and then... Sorry, good servants of the gods are considered celestials. Evil are considered fiends. For Sav... Gosh, that is a question.
Yeah. I was kind of assuming he'd fall under Celestial or Aberration, but I wasn't.
Let's check the internet.
That's what I'm doing.
Do gods have creature types?
I don't think they do.
The issue is, like, every published monster in D&D that could even be considered a god is technically, like, an avatar of the god.
True, which is considered a celestial.
Yeah, so that's typically where you run into issues.
So, protection from evil and good protects from aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd be able to pick one of those creature types. I would say, for the purposes of the spell, I'm going to class Sav as a fiend, even though he is not of the Nine Hells or of the Abyss or anything. Double check one more thing. And Tiamat, who is a god, is also classed as a fiend. So I will say that for the purposes of the spell, Sav is a fiend.
Okay. Then that is what I'm going to do, is I'm going to choose just a fiend.
The constant effect just against fiends. Okay.
Yep.
So then what I need you to do, because you're kind of doing a big old mix of several of your best skills.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to have you do is, for the creation of the amulet itself, because it is both building and sort of alchemical work, I'm going to have you start with a tinkering check to build the shell of the amulet.
Okay.
And yeah, just a tinkering check. This is not something that Tynan is super great at, so I won't give you help from him. He's more of the pure alchemical side.
Okay, I'm gonna give myself guidance.
Okay.
That is gonna be a 32.
Shit. What did you roll?
A 15.
God. Plus 17. Jesus Christ.
Well, it's plus an additional 15 and then the 2 on guidance.
Yeah. So, you make very short work of the amulet shell. What do you make the amulet look like?
Well, so I know that Lorcan is a Fae, and I'm sure I've heard of the things that, like, Fae and Iron don't really get along.
No.
So I'm gonna make, What would be something kind of Fey-ish? I'm gonna, with a 32, I'm gonna get fancy. I'm gonna do like a something similar to like the cloak pins from Lothlorien in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
I want to do like a leaf with like some spiraling like filigree around it.
Okay.
And at the end of the leaf stem is like a little loop for it to go on a chain to be worn on like a necklace.
Okay.
And I'm sure we can pick up a chain somewhere, or there's one in the shop or whatever.
Okay. So a Lorien-esque.
And I will say that once I put the leaf on there, I'm going to silver plate it to keep the iron away from Lorcan's body.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also a component of the spell as well. And then I'm going to, while the silver's still hot, I'm going to dust it in residuum between the veins of the leaves. So it actually like turns the leaf like that glowy green color, and then it's got like silver enamel around it.
That's gorgeous. That's kind of what I was picturing in my head, but I wasn't sure how you were going to do it. So you put these together to create the shell, which comes out as this beautiful, once it's like polished and everything, this beautiful silver veined green leaf. And as the residuum sort of cools into it, you see these little like crackles of green, almost electricity, like going through the residuum itself. Basically, you've already created a magical item that doesn't do anything, so you're just adding to it at this point. It's an empty vessel. But part of the process to add in do you have a thing for the holy water to get into it?
The holy water, I wasn't sure if I needed to create like a reservoir inside of it, a small reservoir, or if I needed to like just dip it in holy water. Or...
Well, I have an idea that being that you're working with metals and such, part of the process could be once the residuum is in it, like quenching it in holy water.
Holy water, I like that.
Which would normally do weird things to the surface of the metal. But because of the sort of nature of what you've created, it comes out.
Uh-oh. Our DM has died.
Arr,
no.
Give it a minute. No. Alright, guys. We'll be back once our DM is back. Oh, there you go.
Wait.
No, wait.
No, we're frozen again.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
You're back?
You're back.
Question mark?
I think so.
Yeah.
Now I'm the one having internet problems.
Oh no.
I gave you internet COVID.
Okay. Are we good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we left off at the part where you quenched the thing in holy water.
Okay.
Something about little cracks.
There are none. That's what I was saying. Is normally there would be some imperfections, but this process will not result in any. I will say that as you're doing this and sort of telling Tynan what you're going for, he will also bring you a pinch of I believe it's referred to as carmine powder.
Okay.
The sort of red dye that's made from bugs. And he brings it to you and he says, if this has to do with like a crazy insect god, maybe this will help.
Okay.
But you can easily mix that in, which causes these little teeny red dots here and there throughout the pendant. But yeah, that bit is a success. For the I also need you to roll an alchemy check for the alchemical portion, which you do have advantage on because of Tynan.
Okay, and Walter's helping too?
Walter is doing the enchanting.
Okay. Since that gives me advantage, I will cast guidance on myself as well. Okay. Nat 20.
Shit.
Was
that 49?
38.
Okay. That's close enough.
Jeez.
Yeah. The two of you, because you learned from the same man and have some of the same sensibilities about alchemy, you barely need to communicate what you're doing, and he just understands. So you have the perfect assistant as you imbue more of the alchemical portion of this project. And then as soon as you guys are done, Walter sets the pendant out on a table and starts focusing, drawing these like little arcane, drawing an arcane circle around it. And he sits down and he's like, this is going to take a while. So go get a snack, make yourself comfortable. And he just starts focusing. About that
ask.
What? Yes.
Yeah. So I was curious if I need to give myself a flash of genius to bring that to a 42, let me know. But I would like it to flash if someone tries to possess whoever's wearing it.
Gotcha.
I just want it to like glow, the residuum to glow when it activates, and then like go back.
Okay. So, in that case, I will say if anybody ever does try to take over Lorcan, I will have you do a perception check to see if you notice, because the pendant will alert you.
Gotcha.
But while this is happening, Christmas and Magda, you arrive to the front of Borago's Brews and Balms and Bombs to see the closed sign up. But if you glance in, you can see the lights are on, and you can see Noah's very distinctive maroon horns in the back.
Okay. I knock on the door.
I misty step inside and open the door.
Okay.
How do you know there's not a bomb in front of the door?
Make me a dexterity save.
Hell yes. Security!
23.
Cool. So you misty step through the door, and as soon as you do, you feel the floor ever so slightly sag under your feet, and you have the paranoia to just tuck and roll, as from a spot between two shelves, this not small, like ballista-sized arrow shoots out and just hits the other wall. And Noah, you hear a thump in the background, and Tynan looks up and he's like, what the fuck? And you see him reach to his side where he doesn't have anything on his belt, but he like grabs into the air, and you see this saber appear in his hand as he draws. And he...
Family friends.
Yeah, he walks up to
We
the glass.
technically have an open invitation to any one of these stores at all times, I believe, is what was said.
Yeah, he's like got the laboratory door open. He's like, I take it you're Christmas.
Most of the time.
And is that Magda?
Yeah, can I open this door, or is it gonna blow up?
It's gonna blow up. Let me
Okay.
open it for you. But he walks up, turns the sign around, and opens the door.
The sign is the bomb. I
Yep.
fucking love that.
Thank you for not blowing me up.
Well, that was more your choice than mine, honey. Come on in. But he lets you guys in, turns the sign back around, walks over to the wall, takes hold of this big arrow, just like, and goes and shoves it back into the shelf, and you hear a clicking sound, and he's like, all right, come on back.
I kind of walk out wearing like big goggles and like heavy leather gloves, like leather apron, just like, oh, hey guys.
Oh, you made yourself at home, haven't you?
Well, I figured if we're gonna get Lorcan back, since, we probably don't want to lose him again, so we're gonna stop him from being possessed.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Magda wanted to come here, and also, I don't know, I have an inkling as well.
An inkling about what?
Yeah, I had a thought about something, and now that I'm here, I might as well do it.
Okay.
You got a workshop back there?
Yeah, it's currently occupied by Walter.
is there any extra table that I can use?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
what you
there's
do?
lots of them.
Okay,
Come
perfect.
back here. I'm like, see, Uncle Ty, like, I just pulled Christmas back. I'm like,
All
okay,
right.
we got somebody interested in doing the lab stuff.
As you guys head back, Tynan turns to Magda and offers a handout to shake. Says, "Tynan Crower, I guess I'm Noah's uncle."
My
And-
condolences.
Well, when you're around it for a few years, it gets kind of hard. But I know what you get. Is there anything I can help you with?
Yeah, you have any need for black cascarilla?
Always.
Cool. I take out a big old sack.
And he looks at it, he's like, "Holy shit, lady, how'd you get this much at once?"
I had a medical condition and now I'm better, so...
I've got better.
I'm selling my bike back to the drugstore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he takes it and opens it up and looks through it. And is this all real black cascarilla, or is any of this what Noah made?
I think like 5 doses of it are what Noah made, and then I got a few that were real.
Yeah, he sorts through it, because each sort of dose is in its own little pouch, and he looks at them and he says, "Oh, this is what Chips came up with. Okay. This is still kind of a, family secret recipe going on. I'll say... How does 8 doses? How does 1600 sound?
Sounds great. It's all yours.
Fuck.
Yeah.
1600 what? 1600 what? Copper? Silver?
No, he takes all these doses, and you see him put them in this like controlled substances area, and like locks them away carefully. And he comes back, opens up his till, counts out a bunch of platinum. He's like, "Shit, hold on," and he turns around, and you see him reach into this locked cabinet, and he pulls out a piece of cloth, which is like, "Excuse me," and he just unravels it into a, like, it's not huge, it's like a 3x3 hole in the floor that he reaches down into. I've been inspired by Critical Role. He reaches down into, and he pulls out this small chest with handles, and he sets it on the counter and flips it open, and you see it is chock full of coins that are very carefully stacked in rows.
It's his green god's fault.
Yeah. And he counts out 160 platinum for you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was
1600
like,
gold.
yeah.
Math hard.
Yes.
16,000 gold. Ah.
But he counts that out for you, and then seals the chest and just carelessly tosses it back in the hole. And he grabs the edge of this now physical hole in the floor and lifts it up, and it's just a piece of cloth again. And he folds it up and puts it back in the cabinet.
Neat trick.
Thanks, I didn't come up with it. But that's actually going to be kind of useful for some interesting projects I've got going. It takes a long, long time to get any black cascarilla these days.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Is there anything else I can do for you? Potions, enchanted items, that sort of thing.
Taking a look at my shit. You know,
I've recently come into some money.
yeah. Do you have any fancy, like, healing potions, like, really good ones?
Oh, higher grade? Yeah, I got a few.
Okay.
Do you have a specific grade in mind, or do you just whatever
Anything
I got?
above basic, I guess.
Gonna be expensive.
Yes, they are.
Yep. I'm rich now, so.
Yeah, right.
Not for long.
Yeah.
So he will go in sort of below his glass-fronted counter and pull out a sizable rack that is like half empty and set it on the counter. And you see him start picking potions out of it that he sets on like a piece of velvet that lays on the counter just so they don't roll off. And he pushes one group aside and sort of motions to the rest. He says, I've got 3 greater, I've got a superior, and I did come into a supreme a while ago that no one's been able to afford.
How much is the Supreme? I've never seen a Supreme ever.
Family discount, 15,000.
Yeah, no, thanks.
But the graders with a family discount will run you 150 each. Superior, I'll let go for let's say 1,000 each. I also have several basics that since I sort of made a wholesale deal with the Boragos, these are 25 each.
I have plenty of basics. Let me grab 2 of the graders.
300.
And then I want to spend 1,000 gold for superior. What else am I gonna buy? Probably nothing. I'll take one of the superiors as
Okay,
well.
so that's 1,300 total.
Great.
And he reaches into the potion rack and pulls out a small yellow vial and sets it down and says, and that's a gift from me.
What is it?
Invisibility.
Ooh.
That's a nice one. That's a nice gift.
Sure? I can pay for it.
Christine fucking loves you. You can have a potion on me.
Alright.
You also just spent a fuckload of money in my shop, so I appreciate it.
Well,
even
you
at a
gave
discount.
me a fuckload of money, so...
Well, you sold me something I have a very hard time getting a hold of, and also you just technically sold me Chips's recipe for Black Cascarilla. I'm gonna pick that apart so fast.
Do I hear that from the other room?
Yes.
Oh, I just walk out and I'm like, oh, you know, if you wanted that, you could have just asked. And I like slapped down the recipe on the table. I'm like, here, just copy it.
He takes that and he's like, all right. And he goes and starts writing it down.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, you know, it is a fucking thing that something so rare and valuable is so easy to make.
Yeah, I know, right? Who would have thought you just had a handful of ruby dust? You can make whatever you want.
Yeah. Don't tell anybody, because we can make a lot of money off this.
Oh, no. Believe me, I have, this is my repayment to my parents because they're loaning me a lot of cash.
Yeah, I heard. They sent me a couple letters as they've been messing around, and I've heard the whole sordid story.
Oh, boy. Well, what am I doing with Chris? What's going on?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Oh, cool.
Shit myself. Game over. We'll see.
Mm-hmm. Considering it doesn't have the hardware for a scope, yeah, this is going to be a thing.
I'll help with that.
Okay. It's whatever. It doesn't have the thing to install iron sights on it, so you're going to have to affect the gun itself. Okay.
Woo. Yeah. No, I agree with that.
All right.
All right.
So Christmas is attuned to the Ace of Spades right now, right? Yeah. Good. So Ben, go ahead and make a tinker check with advantage with your, with all your shit that you want to add.
Cool. I'm gonna add guidance.
Of course you are. We're gonna get 40.
Oh, that bardic inspiration was a 1. That sucked. That's gonna be a 29, 30, 32.
32, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, you set down the Ace of Spades, which I think for Noah, this is going to be one of the first times you've ever gotten to have like a really close look at it.
Mhm.
Being that you come from a formal education and you know a lot of stuff about the Obsidian Collective, you've seen illustrations of the Ace of Spades before, but they were definitely illustrations of it before it was like heavily enchanted, like with its multiple different barrels and whatnot. But looking over this gun and sort of making sure you understand how it all works and you're not blocking any moving parts before you install something, changing a magic item, damaging a magic item, even to build onto it, is a very delicate, difficult process that generally you would leave to a master, like wizard, or with the help of a blacksmith, or in your case, a master artificer, which it's a question of whether or not you consider yourself one at this point. But looking, sort of measuring everything out, measuring the emerald lens, marking the places on the gun where you need to drill into it to put in the hardware, and sort of figuring out, like, do I need special screws for this that aren't going to be destroyed by the gun? You get ready to start sort of digging into the steel. And the first thing you notice is that the gun itself doesn't feel like an inanimate object. Not entirely. As you're marking and measuring, you, almost as if somebody next to you was having a panic attack, you feel anxiety, like, radiating off of this sentient item. And Christmas, being the one attuned to it, you get to experience that panic attack secondhand. As this gun is like, it doesn't speak, but you feel this feeling of like, what is happening? This isn't supposed to happen. This isn't Artesia. This isn't Marin. What's happening? And as Noah starts to drill into the steel, using
it's just screaming on the table.
Yeah, just elk screaming everywhere. As he starts to drill into it, Christmas, you have a moment where you get this familiar feeling of not being in your own body for a moment. And you see flashes of a place you've never been. It looks like sort of like walls made of logs with these windows set in every so often. You see sort of draped dark red, like burgundy curtains. You see the sort of posts of a 4-poster bed with little curtains on it. You see a desk in the corner. And you feel yourself blinking, but it's against your will. It's not you blinking. And you sit up and you look toward the door across from this bed that you're in, and you see the door swing open, and you see a familiar face look in. A tall, pale man with a beard, a full, very nice trim beard, long black hair, and he looks in, and you see, as he like peeks in, there is something in his hands, a tray with like breakfast and flowers on it. And to look at him, you think he's maybe, his hair is like long and black, but it's now like streaked through with silver. You think he's maybe late 50s, early 60s. And he looks in, and you can't hear him speak, but he's saying something and smiling at you. And then your vision sort of flashes, and you see yourself staring down the sights of the Ace of Spades at a titanic, like, rock golem of some kind. And you see the yellow barrel of the Ace of Spades, the light barrel, starting to light up and pulse. And you see blood covering your arm, but it's not your arm. It's too slim, too feminine. And you see a torn blue jacket sleeve. And your vision flashes again, and you're looking down at a box in your hands, a sort of steel box that has a lock on it, and the name inscribed in the top, Sylphia Hartstead. And you're looking down at the empty center of Hartstead Square. There is no tree, no statue there yet. And you flash through more of these memories of people that you feel like you know, but you've never met, as the Ace of Spades panics. But thanks to the Master Artificer, no damage is done to this quite literally legendary weapon. As you set the emerald lens into place and screw in the different teeny tiny bolts that are needed to hold it on, and you adjust it to make sure that it's on straight and correctly, like, leveled and everything, the Ace of Spades begins to quiet down, and Christmas, you sort of come back to yourself. And in the midst of all this, you realize you have put your hand on the table with your fingers just barely touching the barrel of the gun, sort of against your own will, reaching out to comfort the Ace of Spades. And the last vision you get out of this just tidal wave of panic is the vision of a young woman with her arms crossed, staring at you very disapprovingly. Sort of short, dark crimson hair, a look of pure rebellion on her face, dressed in like a sort of flowy linen shirt with a Veneer Arms logo on the chest. And she's speaking to you, and you can tell it's an argument. And you can't hear any of what is being said until you feel yourself say, "You're worse than Kit." And you see the girl smile, and you can't hear her, but you see her mouth the words, "I learned from the best." And you're back. It is successful. You've installed the emerald lens on the Ace of Spades. Yeah. Yeah.
It's even more magic-y.
Yeah.
Enjoy those memories. That was a treat for basically 3 of you, I think. Yeah. As soon as you holster it, yep. Yeah, the emerald lens does flip down whenever needed, so it can fit in your holster correctly. But yeah, once you have like looked it over and you holster it and leave it, you feel the anxiety leave the room as the Ace of Spades takes some time to recover from that panic.
I turn and look at Christmas and like, whatever that was, I'm not doing it again. So that's it. You're done. You know, that's okay. I'm cool. I like my last name. So it's like an open store, but like if there's something you want that's illegal, you're gonna have to ask. Oh, okay. Ty.
Yeah. I would be ever so honored, Mr. Fortunemær, if you would take part in a business transaction with me.
This sounds
Transaction. I
this
kind of
sounds
lean
gross
out.
for some reason.
Yeah, it
I kind
does.
of lean out behind Christmas, and I'm just like, charge him more. Charge him more. He got freebies. You can charge him more.
Okay.
I just installed a lens on your enchanted item that could have murdered me. Oh, okay.
What can I do for you, Mr. Fortunemær? Yep. Possibly. Ooh, solid Hail Mary. Yeah, he looks down, he's like, shit. All right. What would you like? A lot. Like, I got too much to list it off. I got potions, I got magic items. I have connections to other shops that I can trade in credit to get you something from there. Like, what do you want? No, I know. Nope. It's a doohickey I made. This would be valued around... This would be valued around 5,000 gold.
5,000. Okay. I apologize to our listeners who were unable to hear me for the last little while. I have discovered the issue and have fixed it.
Shit.
Yeah, you guys were all able to hear me, but that's it.
Thankfully, it was mostly me talking.
Yeah.
You said 5,000?
5,000 gold.
Let me peruse for a little bit, and I will get back to you. And I'm gonna look around a little bit. I'm gonna look through the same magic items table and see if there's anything in that sort of area, and then I'll send you some options.
Okay.
If that sounds good to you.
While you do that,
Yeah.
We will flip over to Foostrak, who's having a lovely day with his family. Between Wolfe and Reuru Torov, Sala, Lorcan. Lorcan's sleeping mostly, but between the lot of them, which are a lot of, in their own right, very powerful people, it's pretty safe over here. And plus, you got a mom and a grandma who can take the child at any moment, whatever you want to do. What are you doing with your time?
I am mostly so Rotary was going down for a nap.
Yep. Buck. I saw Buck. Sorry.
He was going down for a nap, and I think Foostrak's still in there. He's just like watching him sleep, and he probably has his journal and his like little his pen and his charcoal out, and he's trying to draw him. He's trying to sketch him, which is something Foostrak hasn't done in a while. Not in a couple weeks. He hasn't drawn or sketched anything. Been a little too busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to town trying to capture as much of this moment as he can.
Yeah, you can spend a while doing that. Rodri is still newborn, or pretty much newborn, so he just sleeps most of the time. So there's like, depending on how much time you spend in there, like the only times he's sort of taken away are when he's hungry, and to be changed and whatnot, but otherwise he just sleeps. And Rayaru checks in regularly, potentially even more often than Weifin does. Weifin is, even though she was never the sibling old enough to like take care of her baby brothers. She's not that far enough removed from them that she has experience with children, and she's never been a children kind of person. But you see a confidence in her that she knows what the fuck she's doing, just kind of naturally. But after you spend a good long time with him, Weifin eventually drags you away, and she's like, "All right, you spend enough time with him. Come spend time with me." But she pulls you out and sits you down in a spot where it's just the two of you, and she's like, "All right, now you have a lot of things to tell me, and I have a lot of things to tell you. So who's going first?"
I mean, I suppose I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
Okay. Yeah.
Roll for sex.
She says, "Sure, you go first."
I'm just gonna break down everything that's been going on. There are a lot of things I kind of glossed over in letters, including that I died.
Yeah.
I really glossed over that one.
Yeah, when you start talking about it, she's like, "Yeah, I was wondering what that thing on your chest was, but I was going to wait for you to tell me." But yeah,
I spent a good amount of time hairless until it all grew back. That wasn't fun in Frosthold. It was cold.
She smiles, but she does not laugh.
Yeah, I tell her about dying and almost sticking my hands in lava, and
How the fuck would you do that?
I was trying to help my friends. And about meeting arcanists and going to Rolliger and meeting the Vernhjarta and just like waving at it as it's just staring at me. And meeting Alistair and then just racing up to Amnoblin and Noah blowing up a train. And Christmas's first plan with us going completely sideways.
Not completely.
Yeah, like 50%. And
the plan
then,
technically succeeded, so it was.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true. There were just unforeseen consequences.
Yeah, you got one, lost 3.
And going to Irakel and meeting the Obsidian Collective and throwing up on their floor. And
the best of Foostrak.
Yeah.
And about learning like runic magics to become a rune knight, and I just go through everything, including seeing Taiylor at the party. And I hold up the small vial that has the Phoenix potion in it. And as I look at it, I'm like, part of me feels like I should really let Chip see this. But
You know a bat person named Chipstopher Lahoy Borago?
I sure do. Yeah,
Good lord.
he's a pretty delightful guy.
Somebody was on something when they came up with that name.
You're high on sugar.
Yeah, literally.
I do make sure to tell her about, and I would show her the conduit. And talk to her about my conversations with LN and my fears about shortcomings. And I would tell her about the lady's favor, but I haven't summoned it. I haven't showed it. And I would tell her about Razvan. I can't remember if we did that last session.
I think something was said about it, but yeah.
Well, but I have more information now from Jasper anyway, so I would fill her in on that.
She actually would tell you that Jasper sent her a letter about it, knowing that Razvan is her brother. So when you bring it up, she's like, yeah, I know, your little friend reached out to me. Very sweetly, I might add. But I'm going to trust that you know good people who make sure my brother comes back to me.
Jasper's one of the best I know.
From what I've heard about him, he's quite something. But I got a lot to tell you, too.
The big one's off the table already.
Well, yeah, but so it's pretty obvious that after you left, I was fucking mad as hell for a long time. And I said some pretty awful things in that letter I sent you. I hate to admit it, but I was scared that I was going to be, single mother, widow. You'd never come back. And as it usually does, fear turns into anger for me. And so I just beat the shit out of a few people in sparring matches and tried to work it out, but it wasn't going away. So I got kind of reckless. Signed myself up for some things that probably shouldn't have. Traveling, scouting, dealing with local dangers around the tribe, or clan, and got myself hurt pretty bad a couple times. Taiylor was all about it, of course, but at that time I was still on his side, so I didn't see anything wrong with it either. But in amongst all that, and kind of what led me to try to understand you better was I got real mad at one point, and I wasn't really coming down. And we ran across this group of highwaymen that thought they were going to steal from me, and they learned otherwise real quick. But the boys were all with me when this happened, so they saw me kind of lose it in a way I don't normally. And I didn't stop until these people were jelly, basically. And that night I got a little visit from somebody. I don't know why me, especially not at that moment, but I heard Zachary speak to me. And instead of, honestly, what I thought anybody would say to me, which is calm the fuck down, she said, no, keep going. Work out that anger. Get rid of it. Because you're not going to think straight until you do. So when we were aboard the ship to Uruz, that's what I did. I sparred with anybody who would spar. I beat the hell out of my brothers, and they beat the hell out of me. Until eventually I got rid of a lot of that energy, and I reread your letters. And it started to make sense. And then when Torov and Volkry came back to me later on, without Razvan, it started to make more sense, because you let them go. I don't know why, but I should have been one of the first people to expect that you wouldn't let them go after doing that to you. But you did. And Taiylor was disappointed in them, but I wasn't. In fact, I was proud of them for honoring your victory and walking away. And eventually, obviously, Torov came to understand it too, but in the midst of all that, I started paying a little more attention to my anger and how I used it, and whether or not I was putting it in the right places. Because you, of all people, know I've got anger issues. And
it's one of the reasons I was worried about us running into each other.
Yeah. If I'd run into you before I started figuring this out, I don't think it would have ended well.
No.
I would never really hurt you. I would never kill you. But it still wouldn't have ended well. But I did get a chance in Uruz to go to a temple of Zachary. And I went there every day for about a week, trying to figure out what I was doing. And the priests were kind enough to talk to me and sort of run me through what the outside world thinks of Zachary, what's different between our people and everybody else. And the first thing I learned is Zachary is not a god of war, she's a god of mercy. And I've been looking at her wrong this whole time, so I'm not one for like church and, you know, praying to gods all the time, but I took myself a copy of the Dulmariga and started reading through all the tenets and, you know, what the other gods are like, and I realized they all work together. They aren't separate aspects, they're supporting aspects. And the Nathar clan isn't like that. We're all separate. And there's nothing wrong with individuality, but you gotta be a team player sometimes, and the Nathar are not team players. We pretend to be all about family and protecting each other and doing this and that for the honor of the Nathar, but really we're just serving the chief and not each other. And especially with Taiylor. And I think it was after this realization that Zachary decided it was time for me to start something new. So in the middle of being very pregnant and very angry at everything, possibly made worse by having a kid. Zachary gave me a gift. And you see her reach up into the air, and as she closes her fist, a hammer appears. You see the glass, like a glassy, translucent version of it, sort of spiral out from her hand first, and form the hammerhead, which has one flat side and one hooked side. And the handle comes down into an obsidian pommel at the end. The entire handle is wrapped up in leather, and the hammerhead itself is in a. If you didn't look at it closely, you would almost think it's rusty, but the metal itself is a sort of pale red color. And set into the middle of the hammer where the handle goes through it, there is a yellow crescent moon. And as she holds this hammer in front of you, you can see it sort of shimmer in the light, and you see the obsidian pommel is shaped into a bear's head. And she sort of offers it out toward you to let you look at it. She says, this is the Bear Mother's Reach. It is a very storied weapon. I don't think I need to tell you, but a lot of heroes of Zerai have carried this hammer in the past.
Before I take it, I will hold a hand out and I will summon the lady's favor.
Yeah. She hands you this, like, one-handed fighting hammer, and you summon a gigantic maul, and she's like, unnecessary. But yeah, she reaches out to trade you hammers.
Yep. Yeah.
And you see that as she takes hold of Lady's favor, you know that to you it weighs next to nothing. To anybody else, it weighs as much as a hammer of this size should weigh. Waifin takes it, and it doesn't drop. Nothing. She takes it like it weighs nothing. And she looks it over and sort of spins it in her hands, sort of testing the balance, which this is a perfectly balanced hammer. Not because of the enchantment, but because of who made it. And as you take the Bear Mother's Reach, you have a similar experience where this weighs next to nothing in your hand, even though this is verging on a two-handed hammer, but it is technically one-handed. And you can see that despite being a blunt weapon, it is weirdly streamlined, and you understand right away that this is a weapon that can be used up close and be thrown with confidence that it's going to hit correctly. And being that this is a weapon of your goddess's wife, you have an immediate understanding that this, like your hammer, can be summoned back in an instant. This is comparable to a packed weapon, essentially. But it does mean that Waifin would be able to throw this and pull it back to herself in an instant. But yeah, it is, like I said, it is sort of a dull red hammer. But you see that on the flat, the sort of striking surface, there is the symbol of the larger red moon with the smaller pale moon within it. It is very... You've noticed that a lot of the two goddesses stuff has references to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Waifin is just spinning the lady's favor in her hands, and looking over the runes, and she reads the poem that's set into the side of it, and smiles to herself. And she looks at you and she says, "This is just about the prettiest hammer I've ever seen. I'm kind of jealous."
we ever get back to Frosthold, I know the lady that made it. We can stop by her shop.
Alright. I will hold you to that. But she sets the lady's favor down next to you. She says, I also got a couple other fun toys that I think you might want to try. She says, one of them, so you know how the boys had the broadhorn weapon? That wasn't the only sort of ancestral weapon. She goes over
You
to
mean
a
that?
corner.
You mean that battle axe?
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's not the only one. And she goes over to a corner where like she set a lot of her stuff. And she pulls out this. She reaches into a relatively small like backpack, and you see her pull out something that should not fit inside because it's too big. It's a bag of holding. She pulls out a long sword inside of a scabbard and brings it over and sets it down. And you would recognize this immediately because it has similar craftsmanship to the Corpse Slayer battle axe. This is an Arborian weapon. This was forged in the place where your people came from. But she sets it down in front of you, and she says, "This is the Roaring Blade. It is my family's ancestral weapon." And she unsheathes it in front of you, and you see that it has this like well-polished steel blade with deep blood channel in it, and instead of like a super sharp stabbing tip, it kind of has a rounded end to it. This has an emerald in the pommel, and another one set into the hilt. It's kind of almost like a miniature claymore, where it's not like a full broadsword. It's a long sword. But yeah, she kind of smiles proudly about it and crosses her arms as she sets it down in front of you. She says, "You're not the only one with cool weapons."
I mean, the only one that I have now is the lady's favor.
I got another one if you want to see another one.
After I check this one out.
Okay.
And he'll definitely look it over.
Yeah, it is definitely an enchanted blade. It is it's not a like divine weapon of any kind. This is a very good blacksmith made this, and then a very powerful mage enchanted it. But yeah, you recognize the telltale signs of like Arborian craftsmanship, the sort of angles and squares that are used in Arborian weapons. It's almost, for just a point of comparison, the Dwemer from Skyrim, some of that architectural style is in Arborian craftsmanship, and similar colors too, like the hilt is brass.
Okay.
Yeah.
You ever think about what Arboria might be like?
All the time.
Maybe we should take a family vacation over there sometime.
Yeah, maybe we should. I mean, you are a Wildborn after all. You're one of the closest related to the last of our people that were there.
You know, didn't know that until I ran into Mom.
Yeah, I know you didn't know it, because I didn't know it either. Taiylor deigned to give me that information after you changed your name.
Taiylor's a real bastard.
Yeah, he is. He keeps fucking hovering around here.
You know that at some point I'm going to have to deal with him, right?
I know. I'm going to be there to help you.
I don't like him hovering around here.
No, I'm pretty sure Volkyrie told him about Rodri, so he thinks it's within his right to come demand to see his grandson.
Yeah.
And I have told him, directly and indirectly, he is not your grandson.
I don't know what I'm going to do about him yet. I don't know what I'm going to do about a lot of things yet.
Well, I mean, if it needs a hammer or sword, let me know. Because I'm pretty bored being treated like the, dainty, pregnant and or recently pregnant woman.
I'm sorry I wasn't there.
You don't need to be sorry.
I do.
No.
I didn't know, but
Don't argue with me.
I think that we both know I'm going to argue with you.
Well, you're going to lose.
I mean, that's beside the point.
You didn't know because I didn't tell you. That is not your fault.
It isn't. But me leaving was.
You did what you thought you had to do, and I didn't understand then, but I do now.
Doesn't mean that you don't deserve the apology.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah, I keep getting told that I'm too damn polite, but it seems to get me places, and it doesn't cost anything.
Yeah, I suppose.
So what's this other particular item you've got?
It is an exploding hammer.
I can only get so erect.
Jesus Christ.
Fade to black.
Never let Noah see that. Because he will try and build it. He will try to rebuild it.
But yeah, she will take out a
I will
warhammer.
succeed.
A warhammer known as Sunforger. That I don't remember who made it, but fucking I love it. Which is essentially a hammer that can be thrown and then explode.
Yeah, that might be from the Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica book.
Might be. I don't know.
Because that is 100% a Magic the Gathering item.
Yep. But yeah, basically, you would be immune to the hammer explosion because it's fire damage. So she could chuck it at you all day long and you'd never feel it.
I mean, if I got swarmed at some point, that would be epic.
Well, remember how I told you that idea about her, like, handing it to you and being like, okay, kamikaze this shit, like
Yeah.
Noah style? Yeah. But yeah, she shows you, though, she also has a javelin of lightning, because Weaphin steals nice weapons from everybody who fucks with her.
Apparently.
And she's also managed to scoop together quite a bit of money just by, fighting pits and tournaments and that kind of stuff. The Nathar don't really have much use for money, so some people just kind of have a lot. But yeah, she shows you sort of some of the fun things she's working with, and gives you demonstrations of a couple of them, kind of what they can do. She's not going to set off the Sun Forger because it's going to be real loud and real damaging, but like showing you how far the Bear Mother's reach can like boomerang around and all that fun shit.
I would probably show her the Giant's Might, where I just double in size.
Hell yeah.
And like go through the runes and like show her how they like physically manifest on me.
I like it. This is a good day.
It is.
doing what you guys love, which is playing with your fun, deadly toys. But yeah, for the other group, Walter is gonna need.
Oh wow.
Alistair, why are you here?
Pretty much the rest of the day to finish enchanting this amulet, so he will bring it back to Wayfin's place to continue working. Is there
Okay.
anything else you guys want to do while you're out?
The only thing I wanted to do is I just wanted to tell Christmas, you can pay me back if you do a legend lore for me.
I cannot do that at the current moment.
Okay, cool. I would like it done on the whalebone ring, please.
Okay. You're gonna have to wait.
That's fine.
Because I exchanged the ability to cast that for some other stuff.
I think if you guys are done for this current day, are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Because it's getting late in the day at this point.
There are 4 magic items that I found that I would like. However, I might... Would you, if I also exchanged the Ring of Power that I have, would I get market value for that as well?
What's this thing called?
Ring of Power. No, I am Ring of Protection. I'm stupid. Ring of Protection.
I was gonna say, Ring of Power is
One
a
ring
Lord
to
ring.
rule them all.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
This campaign just got very different.
He will be able to give you, because he's gonna need to resell this.
Yep.
He will give you 4,000 gold coin.
Okay. 4?
4,000.
Okay. I will require more time, which I will use over the break that we should take.
Yes, that's what I'm going for.
Okay. Perfect.
Because we need to wrap up this day so we can get us some other shit. But yes, we will hop on break. Those of y'all who need to figure out things to do for the next day, do so. And we will be back in about 10 minutes, so 1:25.
We'll see you soon.
Bye.
We are back at it again at the Krispy Kreme. Not a sponsor.
Anyway, so yeah, some of you have internet connection. Come on, don't die. Okay. Some of you have sold some extra things just because why not? Tyno's got money. Yeah. What other things did you guys need to do before the end of this downtime day?
Cry.
If anything.
Find a quiet
much
place.
Much crying is already had by Sala.
Yeah.
Lorcan's asleep, but probably also crying occasionally, just out of relief. Yeah. But the rest of this particular day goes by without issue, which is a rarity for you guys. You guys get all the letters that I told you about. You have a chance to share them around with everybody if you so choose.
Yes.
Come the next morning, as you guys all awaken to the smell of breakfast cooking, as Rayaru throws together a bunch of stuff for y'all, and your very weak, downtrodden Lorcan, who, slept the whole day, slept through the night, still asleep when breakfast is made. Rayaru has to, wake him up and half carry him out to the table to eat. He doesn't look great. He's still got 3 levels of exhaustion going on. But yeah, you guys gather up for breakfast, knowing what was all in the letters from each other. Those of you that chose to share.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's going on with Jasper. Lieutenant Tom, was the letter from Tristan shared?
Yeah.
Does everybody know what was in that letter?
It's not too different from the initial letter from
I'm asking if everybody else read it.
It was only sent to me.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Let me give you, because the stream should know about it too. Let me grab that.
I've got it if you want me to read it.
I got it. I'm just going to summarize it a little bit.
Okay.
So Tane's letter was basically asking for Chris's help, whereas Tristan's letter
Also for help.
Basically says he was already writing to you guys when he heard about Gwen. So that changed his letter a bit. Basically said that the house fucked him up so bad that he's only just starting to be able to walk right again. And tells you that the address that Tane gave you is still correct. They're still there. He is not going to run anymore, but the old guard, as he refers to the crows who are still with him, they aren't leaving either, and it doesn't make sense to him. He talks about what Christmas would know as Oza and Parvati actually coming to join the old guard after they had been, hidden away for so long, because they were not part of Christmas and Gwen's crew, but they did leave the Feywild after you guys did. He even says Beckett checked in on them to see how they were all doing. So he's very confused, and basically says, whether or not you decide to give the others a second chance or not, I only have one favor to ask. I know you don't owe me shit, but I think it needs to be said. Just tell Sal I'm sorry. He can't fix it, but he'll be damned if he doesn't end the cycle and get Gwen back. And he says, basically, once Gwen is back, all he asks before you guys decide what you're going to do with him is a chance to give Sala his ring back. That's the gist of the letter. As for Noah's, because I believe Ben was the only one who got Noah's letter.
Yeah.
It is an invitation to the Borago family, a cordial invitation from the Council of Yusavik and the Feast of Storms taking place on Yond First during the Summer Solstice Festival in the Southern Hemisphere. Basically saying that Alistair Altera got you guys an invitation to this very prestigious council and feast. Talking about the history of the feast and like how it's this gathering of great minds, both engineering and arcane. Also, announcing formally the deaths of several very important people, including Helena Brahm, Bravia Kirstensen, the disappearance of Droval Easterland, and that the feast is being hosted by Murdoch Kilkelly, who is the new Arcanist of Turisaz. And basically the Boragos are being invited now in light of recent, both past and recent inventions. However, this letter looks as if the auto-writer used to write it out was malfunctioning because letters are missing every so often. Which Noah very quickly went through and figured out there's a secret message behind it.
They sure did.
Yep. Which reads, because you already shared it with everybody, which reads, Droval needs help. Friends of the Reaper, please come. Thessa Ridge, Frosthold, signed DZ. So yeah.
No idea who DZ is, personally, but...
You want to make a history check?
No.
Sure, love to.
No.
Guidance. 26.
You, as you stare at this for a good long while, when you were figuring out the message, there's only one person that you think you know who would fit this, and that is Desiree Zafir.
Oh.
And
Makes sense.
being Helena's former apprentice, it would make sense that they are part of the Council of Yusuvik and also sending out invitations and letters. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's what's going on.
I don't know about the rest of you. I need to head to the Crow's old headquarters and see Tristan. I'm assuming this is a trap, so I would like to not go by myself.
I was just going to ask if you felt safe going alone.
No.
Well, and I think that we need to, as much as I would love to just stay around here, we need to talk about what our next steps are, because Noah's letter certainly seems to imply that now there's another fire.
Always.
Isn't there always? Yeah.
I would like to say something that I think maybe you guys haven't thought of. You do have people you can delegate to, namely Lieutenant Tom. You have people in Frosthold that can help you with some of these fires, because I know it's a lot. And it is a matter of reaching out and seeing who is best fit, who is closest. Because, you guys have world-ending shit to deal with, so feel free. This is not me trying to metagame or help you unnecessarily, but just know that you have people who can help you.
Finn? I don't know which one of us is going first. Who talks first? You talk first, I talk first?
You can go first. You can go first.
Finn, question.
Yeah.
That letter you got from Jasper, what kind of condition is Razvan in? Like, how bad?
Not waking up bad, but healing.
I might be able to get him on his feet, but I need to send something to Jasper, and I'm going to need to Vodro it. It's going to have to go out immediately.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pop by the post office. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I would assume that there would be one very close.
Yes, there's a lot.
Yeah. I'm going to write out a quick letter that says, Jasper, give this to Razvin. I think it's going to help. And I'm going to package up the Phoenix potion.
Woo!
And send that to Jasper for Razvin.
Okay. To send a package via Vodro Post, it's a very small one. That's going to cost you 50 gold.
I think it's worth it. I'm hoping so. If I die, I'm blaming this action right now. But yeah, I'm gonna do that because it seems like it's a good thing that would likely be able to get him back on his feet.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna get that out to him, and then I'll head back.
Cool. You.
Sorry, I'm asking questions.
That's okay. You will get a sending back within probably minutes from Jasper. You hear his very familiar little sweet voice go, "Hi, Foostrak. I got your package. I will let you know how things go. I'm away from home at the moment, fighting. So I'll get back to you."
All right, just take care of yourself, brother, and be careful with that. It's quite literally one of a kind.
Yeah. But yeah, you head back without issue. As for everybody else, yeah. Depending on what Ben picks out, oh, Jesus.
What?
Okay. Alright.
When I get back, or when we get back, I do want to talk to them about the letter. So, I think first I'm gonna hand out what I got everybody. I'm gonna hand a bag of holding to each one of you.
Oh.
Be like, okay, so here you go. You can keep your stuff in here, and I'll fix my infusion later. And you guys can keep your stuff in here. That should be nice and easy, and then I don't have to carry your shit around anymore. And also this letter,
2,000 gold on. Just like, here, everybody.
Yeah, here you go. So I feel like we're gonna have to go see Droval in person to take care of this one, because I have a feeling a dragon's gonna be really helpful if we're gonna fight against Sav. And especially since he's talking about the Reaper, I think he's gonna be, he doesn't fear the Reaper, so, I think he can help us.
Sure fucking doesn't.
Yeah.
Might not be a bad idea.
So I look over to Walter. Be like, so whenever you wanna just pop us down to Thessa Ridge down there in Frosthold, you let me know.
I suppose I'm going to have to look at a map, but I can probably manage.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
What needs to be done before you guys go to Thessa Ridge, if that is indeed where you're going to go?
We need to make a list of all of the shit that needs to be taken care of and who needs to help with which things. But first, I do want to go to the remaining crow's hideout.
And who else wants to go? Please say everybody,
Oh.
because I'm
Yeah,
sick of
everybody's going.
I'm sick of the party being split up. I was about to start punishing. But yeah. Yeah, after breakfast, you guys gather up. And are you taking Lorcan? Who among the NPCs are you taking with you other than Sala? Because she's not giving you a choice.
I think we should keep Lorcan at home.
Yeah.
Useless.
Yeah. Well, did Walter finish that amulet?
Yeah, he stayed up part of the night to finish it, but yes.
Oh, so we're on to the next day already?
Yeah, I told you. It's
Okay,
breakfast.
then I'll fix my infusion now then, because I would have done that overnight.
Okay, cool.
I will give the amulet to Lorcan and just tell him to never ever take it off.
What's it do?
It'll stop you from being possessed by Sav ever again.
Just like that?
Just like that.
Just like that? Sorry. He's like, okay.
You're welcome.
Yeah, well, yeah, thank you, but how is a little necklace, even an enchanted one, gonna stop Sav?
It just stops you from being possessed by certain types of creatures.
I'm sorry, I have zero confidence in anything anymore, but
Oh.
if you say it's gonna work, I'll trust you now. And he puts it on.
You'll probably need to attune to it, so
Yep.
spend some time with it, look it over, get to know it.
I'll go sleep with it in my hands, it'll be fine.
Perfect. Have you heard of the spell Protection from Good and Evil?
Yes.
It's that, but better.
Alright. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
How much did it cost you to make this?
Nothing. It cost me the power of friendship.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Everybody jumps and freeze frames.
Yeah. Before you guys head out, Lorcan does catch you, Magda. As you guys are like on your way out the door, he's like, be careful. Please.
Careful's my middle name.
No, it's like, I don't remember what it is, I'm sorry.
It's Louise.
Your middle name's is so cute. I don't feel like sending a sympathy letter to your dad, so yeah. Please don't die.
I won't.
Right.
I have a good feeling that Tristan might not be the most worried right now. So.
Not anymore, considering what I've learned. I think you guys have, or at least someone has well and truly fucked up the butcher. So we'll see, but if you need anything, if you need me to run for help or he turns on you or whatever, just let me know. But yeah, and he goes off and just face plants on like the sofa and falls back asleep. And Rayaru like pats him on the back and is like, I'll look after him. He'll be alright. So you guys head out with Walter and Sala. And Walter knows where this place is as well. I think Christmas, Sala, and Walter all know where it is. It is not very far away. In fact, it may be even worryingly close by for like Foostrak. But within the sort of ward known as Durham Andros, like 10 blocks away, maybe, you guys come upon this sort of small side street that is really only big enough for maybe one cart to go down at a time. It's It's not abandoned necessarily, but the street does look like it hasn't had any proper upkeep in a while. A lot of the buildings are older, and some of them actually not intentionally lean over the street. This is an older area, and it looks like this area also may be sustained based on just some buildings that are still damaged and were never fixed. Looks like this area has been attacked before, maybe from the outside, because Konstanos does have enemies outside its walls. And there's a lot of wild shit in Garrett Aldathos, but the area you guys go to is sort of dark, dingy, out of the way. The ideal place to go if you're looking not to be found. And the particular building you head to is actually a shop that is in full working condition. It is a like one of those old like laundry shops where either people pick up your laundry and bring it here to do it, or you bring your laundry in. So it is a large building full of like big vats of like hot water, and like people are stirring around the clothes and scrubbing. And as you guys approach, you see this wagon sitting outside that people are unloading baskets from. Christmas, Sala, and Walter, you guys know that the entrance to where you're headed is basically disguised as a storm cellar. Behind the building, where there's a bunch of shady people hanging around, some people sitting in the alley that have clearly been drunk for the past month. And as you open up the storm cellar, which a couple people look at you weird, but then think better of it because they know who goes in and out of that spot, and they like walk away. It takes you down into this dirt basement, an unfinished area that's full of different supplies for the business. And then hidden, basically a false wall that, due to the paneling, is practically invisible. You, Christmas, would be able to draw your bind rune on this door and have it open. It leads into a stone stairwell, stone wall, stone ceiling, that goes even deeper than this basement level. The crows like their underground hideouts. And you get into essentially a tunnel complex that looks like it was purpose-built for the crows. It is not a repurposed like sewer system. It is not, old basements connected by dirt tunnels. This was purposely dug out, finished with masonry, and properly reinforced as a hideout. And as you go through, you see there are a lot of old traps that you can see they've been either sprung or disabled. It looks like nobody has gone through and bothered to reset them. And as you get into a central area, you haven't seen anybody yet. As you come down to this main circular room, you see a bunch of like older sofas, chairs, all arranged in this big circle around a carpeted area. And at the center, sitting atop a little stone plinth, is a small like bonfire brazier, and there is a teeny tiny little hole in the ceiling that leads up through somebody else's chimney, so that the smoke coming out of here doesn't look, suspicious. Currently, it's not lit. The underground area is otherwise lit with electric hanging lights, and leads off into several different hallways. As you guys step into this room, completely unbothered, haven't seen a person thus far, you look upon this familiar space, and the first thing you would notice, Christmas, is that everything of value is gone. In fact, there's some pieces of broken furniture. It looks like this place was tossed, and then somebody tried to put it back together, but there's still a lot of broken stuff laying around. And it's also weird not to have, like, guards anywhere. you have you have several different hallways in front of you, which, Christmas, you know your way around this area. You know where things should be. You know there's a vault down here somewhere. You know where Tristan's office should be. You know where everybody's old bedroom should be. There are, like, a small set of barracks for some of the lower members of the Crows who are, like, not part of the, like, leading group like you were. But yeah. What would you like to try to find?
I cast Sending to Tristan and say, "We're here."
Oh, cool. Yeah, you feel that send and be received, and the only answer you get back is, "Alright, I'm coming." And you see out of the hallway that would lead to Tristan's office, not Tristan at first, but Tane steps out, this big half-orc that you guys have previously encountered, who Christine tried to stab and then stomped on his foot. But he steps out with his hands shoved in his pockets, looking at all of you. He's like, good morning.
Surprise.
It's not a surprise. The boss is coming. Feel free to sit down. We don't have enough chairs back there for all of you. Is there anybody else I should grab, Chris?
Everyone.
Okay. And he steps away back into the hallway. And within a couple minutes, the old guard of the Crows begins to file out. Let me grab the list of all the fucking people, because now it's useful. Stepping out, you will see there are a couple people missing, because some people have either left the life or died. But you will see Arin Nomura Ivanov, the blue tiefling that you guys met in the foundry. Of course, Tane comes with them, the orc. Irahim Zanara, the leopard tabaxi, the sharpshooter that you guys know of. You see two people that only Christmas saw all the way in Amnoblin. Oza of Lokir. She is currently in a human form, but you know her to be a changeling. And Parvati Omakar, the white tiger tabaxi, Oza's partner. And surprisingly, you also see one person coming out that you have not seen this entire time. Brennan Ressier emerges, who you knew to be on you and Gwen's side. And you never knew him to have gone to rejoin Tristan, but now that Oza and Parvati are here, you're starting to get the idea that the Crows started to put themselves back together. And Beckett Berenger appears. And so does Mikhail Bernikov.
When Beckett walks out, that's probably the first time that Christmas smiles just a little bit, seeing all these people come out.
Beckett, this great horned owl, Aarakocra, sees you, and you see his little owl ears just perk up just a little bit. His little ear-looking owl things, but he smiles to himself, but he kind of like keeps himself in check. But pretty much everybody who is here, the only people missing that you would know of that were super important are, of course, Gwen. Josen is not here anymore, and Ross is not here, and of course Marceline is not here.
Right.
Because she did.
Marceline is no longer with
Marceline's
us.
Not here.
Yeah.
But they all file in and take seats, like looking at you guys. Some of them with recognition and, gladness to see you. Mikhail is kind of a grumpy old slouch, so he's not happy, but he recognizes you. Beckett is excited as shit to see all of you, especially Chris. But yeah, as they all take their places, you see a couple of them like glancing back toward the hall, waiting. And eventually a very changed Tristan steps out. Let me grab his description for you. So it is still very much recognizable as Tristan Kepler. His hair has been cut a bit shorter, no longer sort of the flowy, like medium cut he had. It's much more close cut now, slightly longer on the top, but not an undercut. He still has maroon eyes, or should I say eye, because he is now missing one. His hair has more gray to it, especially around his temples and his chin. His eyes are deeply shadowed. Missing left eye, you see he is currently wearing a short-sleeved, like, linen tunic, dark pants, and you can see his forearms are covered in new burns and bites and scars. But the most striking thing about him, other than, of course, his missing red jacket, is the fact that last time you guys saw him get really angry, you saw all those residuum tattoos light up on him. Where all of those tattoos were are now burn scars, which is why his left eye is now missing, because it got burned out of his skull. But you see, trotting along at his side is a similarly more scarred Volg. He also has these magic burn scars where his residuum tattoos would have been, because he had them as well. And they both look like shit. They look like a strong breeze could knock them over. But as Tristan steps up to this circle, everybody sort of either standing or sitting in this ring of furniture. One chair has been left open for him that, Chris, you know is his chair. Like, nobody sits in that chair except him. And Sala, way back when. But as he stands there, kind of, his shoulders, you notice, are kind of like lopsided, like he can't completely stand up straight. And you see one arm is kind of hanging, like his shoulder was dislocated, but he's trying not to let it on. And he looks over the entire group, and his gaze specifically lands on Chris and Sala. And he takes a deep breath, and he says, "All right, I'm here."
You look like shit.
Yeah, I know.
Do I notice that his shoulder looks out of place?
It isn't out of place anymore. It looks like it was, but it still hurts.
Oh.
Like, he's sort of, like, it's hanging because engaging the muscles are hurting more than just letting it be slack.
Cool. I will walk over to him and take, like, a spare bit of cloth or something, and I'm going to make him an arm sling so that it actually heals correctly, and he doesn't have, like, a damaged arm forever.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, just be like, you... Be like, what? Yeah, Chris is right. You look like shit. You're going to continue looking like shit until you take care of that.
And yeah, and you're tying it around him, and you like put his arm in the sling. He's like, thanks.
Yep, sure. And I like pat his arm, and then I keep going. All right, continue.
Okay.
Say what you want to say.
Okay. And you see him turn specifically toward Sala, who has not sat down. She's standing with her arms sort of not crossed, but like holding like this in front of her, and just looking at him, expecting the, what she's been used to for a while, which is just for him to glower at her and be angry. But he's not. He sort of takes a couple steps up to her, but still leaving a respectable distance. And he sort of bows his head ever so slightly. Says, did Chris show you the letter? And Sala nods, says, yeah, I read it. And it's very awkward. He nods ever so slightly. He says, I know it doesn't make up for anything. I know I can't take anything back. I know that you probably just want to be done with me, and I won't blame you for that, but I'm in my right mind enough to know that I really need and want to say I'm sorry for everything, but especially for ever hurting you. And Sala looks at him, sort of brows furrowed. She still doesn't quite understand what's going on with him. And after a moment of silence, Tristan, who normally is this very confident leader, he gets kind of nervous, and he looks down, and his left arm, which is in the sling, he reaches down, he pulls a ring off his left hand, and looks at Sala, looks at Chris, looks down at the ring, says, I think it's time you had this back. I should have given it back to you when you asked the first time. And he holds out the ring, and Sala looks down at it, thinks for a moment, and she reaches out, she takes it, but then she takes his right hand, and she puts the ring on his right hand. And you see her look down at her own hand, which she has always worn, her wedding ring, to him. Not that she couldn't take it off, but it's sort of a symbolic thing for her, and she switches it to her right hand as well. And she says, you can't take back any of what happened. You can't make any of it better. You can't make up for what you did to me, or Gwen, or Chris, or anyone else here. But I can forgive you. And that's not for you. It's for me. And while I can't tell anyone else here what to do, I will say that I'm not going to be the one who cuts you down, brings you to justice, any of that. Because I just want it to be over, Tristan. And I love you. I always have. Even at the worst moments where you've treated me like absolute garbage, I have loved you as much as I love Chris. And you see Tristan look down as she says that. You can see that while he understands it, it still hurts to hear. Because this is a man who, despite everything he has done, is still very much in love with his wife, or at least a part of him is. And he nods and says, I guess I don't understand, but I appreciate it nonetheless. And he looks at Christmas. He says, You have always taken better care of her than I have, even way back. You're always a better friend, a better comrade. So, because I know how much she means to you, Solid, I know we were married in the Feywild. And even though we're not there now, I can still say I release both of us from that oath. We don't need to go through all the legal nonsense or whatever. There's no point to it, but Feywild oaths and deals are strong things, and you don't have to worry about that one anymore. So I hope you two have a better time than you've been having because of me.
I want him to just... Yeah, I just want him to sit in awkward silence for a second.
Yeah, Sala won't break the silence.
If I catch Sala's eye, I'll just give her a nod, like, you good?
She shakes her head ever so slightly. Okay. She's not good. You can tell, because even though Sala is a fantastic liar, she has this particular couple of tells that you know. She is on the verge of bursting into tears.
I'll just give a little head nod for her to, like, come back over by us.
She doesn't. She stays there facing Tristan.
Okay.
And after a long moment of Tristan sort of suffering in the silence, you hear Sala ask, "Where's your coat, Tristan?" And he looks at her and says, well, when Sav came calling, at least I think it was Sav, must have been, because he turned Volg on me. Volg destroyed it to the point where I couldn't fix it. And Sala sighs. Says, "You worked really hard on that coat."
I'm gonna reach into my bag and pull out something that I haven't worn in a really long time, which is the green coat that Christmas was wearing the very first time the party met him.
Oh.
With, like, the yellow trim.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go over to I'm going to go over to Tristan and just put that around his shoulders.
What the hell are you doing?
I'm going to say some things to you and you're going to listen. And when I'm done talking, we'll figure out what we're going to do with you.
And he sort of squares his shoulders as much as he can and he shuts the fuck up.
I don't know what you know and don't know, so I'm just going to act like you're an idiot because you've been acting like one for a long time. I'm not Christmas Fortunemær. It's a made-up name. I made it up a long time ago. And if you don't know who the hell I actually am, I'm not going to tell you. I wasn't supposed to be Christmas Fortunemær. And when I got to the Feywild, I picked that name because it was a storybook character I made up, and he embodied everything that I wanted to be. He loved the Feywild and its people. He was respectful and kind to them, and he searched for secrets that other people wouldn't even care about. And, you know, it helped me get around without people knowing who I really was. Then I met you. And that's when I thought maybe Christmas isn't a fictional character. Because at first, you embodied everything about him that I saw. But boy, did you fall far after that. Sal's right. You're not making up for any of this. There is no way to undo what you've done. There's no way to make it right. You have tipped those scales so far in one direction that they are broken. So I'm going to give you two options. You're either going to die here, or you can at least try. Because I know exactly one person in this whole damn world that would be willing to give you a chance to make it right. And you will probably spend the rest of your life doing nothing but. But it's a choice that you can make. That I'm giving you the option to make the right choice right now.
Just have one question, I guess. Who the hell's gonna take that chance on me?
Lady Morrigan of the Court of Reckoning, who has recently reascended and could use the help of you, all of you, to keep the Feywild safe. I mean, for fuck's sake, you named yourself the Crows.
It was, that was Solid's idea, too. I didn't come up with that. I've been thinking about what I could possibly do that, or if anyone would even let me do anything, which I wouldn't blame them if they didn't. And there have been a couple times where I've thought it would be better if I just turned myself in, got it over with. Prove that as they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But there are a handful of people still in this world that, and he sort of gestures around him, says, handful of people who fucking unconditionally still love me, and I hate it. And they won't give up and leave. And there's two more people, he looks between you and Sala, who don't know how to just cut the cancer out before it spreads. Anymore, anyway. And I think I'd be doing a real selfish disservice if I just submitted to death at this point. I don't have anything that Sod gave me anymore. He took it all. I'm pretty sure I couldn't stand up to even one of you, anyone in this room. But I do love these people. And I do love the Feywild. If somebody wants to not give me a fresh start, but at least give me a jumping off point, I guess. Fuck, I'll try.
I'll look over at Beckett. Can you get them into the Feywild to the break?
Yes, am I taking everyone, or...
I'll address basically everyone here. If you want out of this life, this is your chance. Because if you're going with Tristan, and you're going to serve Morrigan, this is it.
You see a few people sort of look amongst themselves, like checking with everybody else. And you see Parvati and Oza, they sort of stand, and Oza speaks. She says, "We have been out of this life for a while, hiding. And we came back to support our family, but also in the hopes of tying up some loose ends and going back home safe. If the crows join this court of reckoning, as you called it, I think Parvati and I will bow out. As much as we would like to do some good, I think we can do it better on our own terms up north. And
I'm gonna just interrupt her, just walk over, give her a hug.
yeah, Oza, who's this tall, like her favored form is this tall human woman, very skinny, shaven head. She just sort of drapes her arms around you and rests her head against yours. Says, "It is good to see everyone, though. And it would be nice to visit without fear of everything falling apart."
Go live your lives.
And she looks at Parvati, who is silently trying not to cry. This big tiger tabaxi. And Parvati comes in and just wraps you up in just a bone-crushing hug, too. But Oza, who has always sort of spoken for the both of them, because Parvati's not much of a speaker, she says, "We will still be there to help, to join in when we can, but I think this is the day that Parvati and I cease to be crows. We will be in Lock's Landing if anyone needs us." And Brennan also stands up. He says, "I think that I should bow out as well. I've been hiding for a long time as well, and I made a life for myself, a family, and I'm working on a lot of important projects in the Ile de Argent. I would like to focus there, but I will also be there for help, family gatherings, I suppose. But yes, I think I'll follow their example." amongst the rest, Josen is already gone. You can tell that he has been released from the crows completely, because he's had a real hard time of it all. But among the rest, the only other person who says something is Beckett. He stands up and he says, "Well, while I am indeed an owl and not a crow, I think I shall remain a crow. It is rather nice to see things not starting to repair, but taking a better path for a moment. And also, who else is going to get you off through the Realm Gate all the time? Well, I suppose Lady Morrigan could, but I am also technically already a member of the Court of Reckoning, so I'm already in."
I'm gonna need to set up a holiday where we can all get together as a family.
Oh, shut up.
Maybe around the end of the year.
No.
Yeah. No, and you guys could come up to Reese's Ridge too, and we could have like a I don't know, turkeys are pretty popular at that time of the year. Maybe like
we could do that like maybe the month beforehand.
Oh yeah, even better. I like
that.
Jesus Christ.
It's where we can all come in and like be thankful that we know each other and stuff.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. And we can give thanks.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
You love it.
I know I do. But Oza, Parvati, and Brennan sort of join together, and they decide they're going to leave in that moment, but they all step up to Tristan as they sort of gather together to head out before the rest of you decide what you're doing. And each of them sort of has a quiet conversation with him. And Brennan, who has always been on like Wynn's side, who has pretty much always been opposed to Tristan since the moment he started going bad. You see this moment of Brennan, who is, you know him to be this very like cordial, almost magnanimous person where he's very accommodating of everybody, even if they've wronged him. You see him put his hand on Tristan's good shoulder, and shake his hand and say, I'm not going to say that I knew you would come around eventually, but I'm glad you are. Because you fucked up so badly, but there's too many people who love you for you not to become something better. And he sort of pats his shoulder and steps away. And the three say their farewells to everybody else and they head out. But in the midst of all this, as the others are sort of talking amongst themselves, some of them even still deciding whether or not they're going to stay, Chris, you see Sala walk up to Tristan. And as people are occasionally talking to him, this is all happening in the course of a few minutes. It's not a super long time, but as people are talking to him and like weighing options and figuring out what, if they're not this gang of smugglers anymore, what are roles going to be working for a literal goddess. And you see Sala in the middle of all this do something that she used to do all the time whenever Tristan was overloaded way back when, and she just very quietly, almost secretly, like takes his hand. And you know that there is not like, you know that this is just how Sala supports him. And it's how she supported you and Gwen. She just silently sticks by your side. But you see him kind of rally a little bit with her support and her quietly, like, offering ideas like she used to do and advising him, and he's finally listening again. And once everything is sorted out and the rest decide they're going to stay, with of course, Tane and Irahim being the most, like, staunchly, like, we're not fucking going anywhere, everybody finally turns to look to your group, and Sala speaks up for them. It says, I think Morrigan can do something good with these guys. And even if he's missing some abilities and some of his strength, I think Tristan can be really useful to her and useful to the Feywilds. But Tristan looks over the rest of the group. Foostrak, Noah, Magda, Walter. And says, is this all okay with you?
I mean, the other option was that you guys were all going to work for Noah, and I don't think anyone wants that.
Honestly,
except Noah.
End of the deal.
I know I've done some pretty horrible shit to all of you.
I mean, all you really did with me is shoot me in the face.
Yeah.
I don't think you've done anything to me.
Took your mom.
Oh, that's right. No, I mean, that was more... To be fair, that was more your mistake, because the moment she got better and got free, you were all going to be dead. So really, we saved you from her.
He did also blow up your dad.
Oh, he's fine. He does that to himself all the time.
He kidnapped Magda's dad. Kidnapped
that's
Gwen.
Tried to kidnap Magda.
Kidnapped Lorcan. You're welcome, by the way. Kidnapped Lorcan. Yeah. I mean, we could go through the list, but I don't think we have that much time.
I mean, I can't stop you, but
You're small potatoes on a lot of our lists.
At least now.
I'm becoming very aware of that, but I do want to say that I've known Sav basically since I was 5 years old. If there's anything I can do to help. Because while he wasn't the one who killed Nathan, I figured out who did, and it's Sav's fault anyway. His daughter killed Nathan. But if there's anything I can do to help you bring down that fucking family, I will.
We'll be in touch.
Hold me to that.
I suppose I should really get headed to wherever the hell we're going. And Beckett pipes up. He's like, well, actually, we're going home. Because that's where it all is now. The Lady Morgan has made very clever use of some of our old stomping grounds, as it were. And I think you'll quite like Hollamordu. It is quite a sight.
Where's your ship, by the way?
My ship?
Yeah. Airship.
I mean, it's in port. It's across the river.
Okay.
Well, can we have the keys? Yeah. I need the key fob, please.
Oh, where did I park that thing?
I guess it is too big to take to the Feywild. It's like one second. And he steps away, goes back to his office, while everybody else sort of like scatters to like gather stuff. And eventually he comes back to you with a small like obelisk shaped crystal. Which the moment you guys see this, you realize Tristan owns one of the 5 arcane airships in the entire world. This is not a mechanical airship. It is a magical airship.
Is this one that Jessa-san put back together?
No. Because Jessa... Because the 5 that still exist have existed since the others were all destroyed. And they've been, repaired occasionally by the few people who know how, Row of Ware that you guys met in Campaign 1.
Oh, yeah. Row of Ware.
Row of Ware. Hold on, let me grab the... I gotta remember what the name of this one is.
The Higginbottom.
So the one that Jessa-san had was the Storm Throne.
Oh, yeah.
The Cloudstride is owned by the Koligaigo clan. The Gear Crown is owned by the Huldron Company. And then the Aurora Caster is owned by the royal family of Othedriel, so the Emperor. The one Tristan has is from Lochmanos. You guys will figure this out later as you investigate the ship. It was sold to Lochmany slavers long ago, and then sold off to the city of Cascas Val. A guild known as the Labor Guild, who's fighting against slavery, won the ship through law loopholes and shit after an embezzlement case. And basically it keeps changing hands because some people run out of money and need more and so on and so forth. And eventually Tristan, of all people, won it in a fucking poker game. Yeah. So this ship is called the Anachron, as in anachronism.
Gotcha.
But yeah. It is named for the Labor Guild's mission statement, which is, we seek to make commonplace the anachronism of a hard worker in the modern age. Which doesn't make sense now that they're anti-slavery, but it used to make sense when they were pro-slavery. But yeah, that's his ship. And the key fob, as you put it, is a very specific crystal obelisk.
Perfect.
That only works on this ship and cannot be operated without it.
Sweet. I will pocket that. Thank you.
So you just swipe it from his hand before he can give it to Christmas?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I was gonna give it to you anyway, man.
Oh, do you want me to make a sleight of hand check or anything?
Oh, can we please do contested sleight of hand checks?
Sure.
This is something that's needed to be settled the whole campaign. Okay.
You're gonna love my newest infusion once I tell you. What'd you get?
I'm gonna take a photo of it.
Okay. I cast guidance on myself too, sorry.
Ben goes 53.
Yeah.
I got a 29, and I'm sure Noah's is still higher, but I did get a 29.
I rolled a 10, and I got 33.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Too many magic items, too many abilities.
Yeah.
My newest infusion, I traded out my bag of holding. I now have gloves of thievery.
I was this close to buying those at the fucking store. Oh my god.
My sleight of hand is plus 20.
Jesus.
So, by virtue of being just a little bit quicker, Noah is now the proud owner, of one of the 5 most expensive vessels in the entire world.
That's fitting. I'm one of the 5 most rich people in the entire world, so that works.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I will be soon. Give me some time.
I think in assets, you're maybe in the top 100.
Ooh, okay, all right.
But there are
That's a good
definitely
place to
people
start.
way higher than you.
Cool. Bye.
I'm gonna be
Tristan.
real. I expected to die today. I'm really overwhelmed here.
You still might.
Tristan, before you go, I'm going to take out my journal and I'm going to take one of the sketches that I did of Rotary that I think are good, and I'm going to tear it out of the journal and I'm going to give it to him to give to Morgan.
Okay.
Give that to Morgan for me. And I would like a rematch at some point. So maybe pop around at some time.
Maybe when I've healed properly.
Oh yeah, that should be fair. It should be one-on-one. It should be fair. Yeah, I'm not going to beat the ass of an injured man.
Thank you. I'm starting to get you guys' reputation now.
We have a reputation.
Yep.
I don't know what you're
Great.
talking about. We're just a bunch of nobodies.
All right.
Is
If
it
I
confusing?
Shut up.
if I
Confusing right now?
hear
he's
that
making it
one more time, I will
tasty.
shoot the next person that says the word nobody after
Like, it's
myself.
It's
obviously.
pretty cool if you say it like once a day or whatever. But when you say it like a billion
Once per
times a day,
long
then it
rest.
becomes like pretty,
Yeah.
pretty tacky.
I do think
Admittedly, I said it in the Feywild, so technically it's been like a month and a half since I said it.
I also that was the first time we heard it today. Just you and I specifically heard it a bunch of times yesterday. It's too much. Yeah, it's too much.
I don't give it. Let's leave. Let's go.
It's for the vote. Bye.
You guys begin to head out.
Oh, I officially own my own yacht. That's exciting.
An area.
Sky yacht.
It's my sky yacht.
You can park your little yacht inside of the sky yacht.
Yeah, exactly. I got a floating dinghy to go with it.
As you guys start to leave, you do notice Walter, who has been silent this entire time, sort of quietly catches Tristan and sort of motions to you all that he'll catch up.
I'm not leaving the two of them alone.
I was going to say, it's great.
You'll catch bits and pieces of a short conversation where Walter has his hand on Tristan's shoulder, and you can see Walter has a lot to say to Tristan, but he condenses it and just basically gets it out, and Tristan just silently listens and doesn't argue with anything. And as Walter finishes with sort of his many grievances as what he considers to be a betrayed brother, you will hear Tristan just quietly tell him, I don't. There's nothing I can say except I'm sorry. And I'm not going to make excuses or blame myself. And Walter nods, sort of pats him on the shoulder and says, well, if you feel like making anything up to me personally, considering our former friendship, brotherhood, if you will, I would very much appreciate if you have a moment in your busy schedule with Morgan. Write out everything you know. about how I was taken from my family. And Tristan nods, says, yeah, I'll get that to you as soon as I can. And Walter nods and says, well, he straightens his jacket and says, first of all, fuck you. I love you. And don't fuck it up. And he walks away.
I want to have a quick chat with Walter while we're leaving.
Cool. He is pissed, but also feeling better.
Yeah.
He's having some very extreme emotions all at once.
Well, Walter, what are some of the limitations on your teleportation abilities?
Limitations?
Yeah.
I mean, I can only teleport around the realm I'm in, and I can only reliably teleport to places that I'm familiar with.
Right, so you don't need the circle. You are able to teleport without that. Correct. Does it help if you have, like, an item from wherever you're teleporting from?
It does, yes.
Okay, wonderful. Good. Just needed to know that. Just needed to double check.
Okay.
Just grab a cannonball or something when we get on the ship.
I understand. Alright.
Hi.
Yeah. You guys head out of the crow's nest, as I will call it.
I have a quick question.
And into the crow's nest.
Is Jessa-san still in business?
Jessa-san is dead.
Okay, but her business is still in business?
San Engineering does still exist, and also several of her children are around and grandchildren. The one you'd be most familiar with is Darius-san, who is the deputy headmaster of Mathline College.
Okay. Who's the person who's creating airships that are like coal-powered and shit?
That would be, I mean, Darius does help with that, because there is some minor enchanting involved with, like, some of the mechanisms.
Mm-hmm.
But the main builder, the person who runs Sun Engineering, or at least, I don't know, do you want the owner of the whole company, or do you want the one specifically to do with airships?
The one specifically to do with airships.
Okay.
It's not, like, super important. I'm just gonna send a letter to Chips.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I believe her daughter, I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but Jessa-san's daughter.
I'm just gonna send a quick letter to Chips real quick and be like, hey, I just got a new skyship. Wanted to let you know that we're gonna put San Engineering out of business. See, we'll figure it out. And also, I'm gonna need a parking space in Reese's Ridge. So please, figure that out. Don't know how big the boat is. Probably at least the size of a house. Not sure. Couple houses maybe.
Okay.
And then I send it off.
Why is it that you said it that way, but when I imagined the actual words being written, they were in all caps and every sentence ended with like 8 exclamation points?
Yep,
Gonna put San Engineering out of business.
Yeah.
You won't put San Engineering out of business because they do a bunch of other shit, but you may take over the airship part.
We might do a joined company, but I have ideas.
Gonna pull a veneer, yeah.
What I'd like to do is create ships that are hybrids between... I want to create hybrid ships so they don't need fossil fuels anymore. Because who wants to lug coal around? That is so counterproductive. You gotta burn half as much coal just to carry the shit. Because people aren't, like, teleporting coal onto the airship.
I'm just remembering when we had our little get-together last time, and Taiylor was like, society is going to be a lot more dependent on oil in the future, and Noah is just like, fuck that!
Fuck that! Because my idea, though, is not to create giant airships. My idea is to have Chips help me start to design personal ships that are, like, solar-powered or something like that.
You're going to make flying cars.
You and I are going to have
like Treasure Planet.
You and I are going to have a long conversation in the epilogue, because I've already written shit for that, and I'm going to put you into it.
Okay, that's fine.
I will reveal a teeny bit of something that I was playing with. It's not set in stone, but the idea was for one of like Noah or the Borago's descendants to be the one to figure out how magical airships actually work and bring that technology back.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, that's definitely a thing.
I was definitely called a master alchemist or a master artificer earlier in the stream, so obviously.
I said you might consider yourself that.
I'm definitely fucking getting there.
I'm definitely considering.
Come on down. The Boragos brews, bombs, and airships.
Yep.
Bombs,
and boats.
And boats.
Got bad credit? We don't care.
We don't care. We finance anybody.
Yep.
You know what's wild is in like the course of one day, Noah went from like not being someone who had made a permanent modification to a legendary weapon and also owned one of 5 incredibly rare airships to being the person that did both of those things.
Yeah.
This is the thing, is Noah's story comes in very sporadic but massive bursts.
Yeah.
I'm a support character, you guys. I'm not part of the main story. I'm just like doing shit.
Killed an archfey, modified the Ace of Spades successfully, has a cool, definitely a support character.
He's
the dragon.
At this point, truly at this point, if anybody cast legend lore on Noah, it would work.
It would work, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I win.
Honestly, like, one of those things would probably do it, yeah.
Yeah. Like, just killing Hearsome would have done it.
Yeah.
But, yeah. The Slayer of Hearsome, the modifier of the Ace of Spades, the pilot of the Anachron. Yes.
Just wait until what I have lined up for Foostrak next, because I have a really grand idea.
Hell yeah.
That's going to be super cool, so...
Okay. But yeah, you guys head out of the Crow's Nest. Are you going for the ship, or are you going back to meet up with everybody else?
I imagine Foostrak wants to say goodbye to his son.
Well, here's the other thing. Should we take them with us? Are you laughing because Taylor's character in our campaign brought their child onto a ship, and now I want to bring my child onto a ship?
Yep.
I
It's
do
a mutually
have,
assured destruction thing.
Yeah.
like, in character, I am slightly concerned about having a baby on a boat that I don't know how to drive.
Well,
I'll figure it out. Don't
here's
get me wrong.
the thing, though, is what we need to do now is get some crew. Because I know we've been a little bit concerned about not having a place to necessarily call home, but given Walter's ability to teleport, our home could be in the sky.
Ooh, I like that. I don't know why I went southern. I like that.
I like that.
I like that.
Because if we do decide to travel by airship to Frosthold, it is going to take us a considerable amount of time. However, if we have a crew that can, pilot the ship in the absence of most of us, we can teleport off and on said ship. I have the ability to telepathically communicate with whoever is on the ship. So we would have a base that we can, journey back and forth to all the time.
We're hitting third disc of Final Fantasy. I like this.
You can also, if you want to invest in it, you can also invest in a teleport circle aboard the ship, so it's not
I
as
was
high of a
considering
level.
that. I'm also going to be able to teleport in a couple levels here, and add in the fact that Walter can just pop his mansion down onto the ship as well, and it's like, it starts to get a little bit absurd.
Yep. It's the high wind.
We have reached that level now.
Yep.
So part of my thought was that if we have Torov and Weathin and Rayaru on the ship, they are able to help us with manning the ship.
Absolutely.
So that's less crew that we have to hire. Also, I believe Ryoru has spent quite a bit of time on airships and has worked on them.
Yep.
So she may have an idea of how to pilot it.
Wonderful.
Kiwi. Alright.
Dumbass cat.
Yeah. The only thing I'm gonna do on the way is I'm gonna pick up. Yeah. Do I know any of the history of the ship?
Of the Anacron,
Yeah.
it used to be a slave carrier ship.
Which makes
Cool.
sense
I'm
because
gonna
it's from
pick up-
Konstanos.
I'm gonna pick up some gold paint on the way, some like metallic gold paint, and we're gonna rename the ship.
Oh man. Don't
It's gonna
name
be a
my
cool
airship
name.
Something cool.
I-
Stupid.
It's gonna be
almost-
cool. Don't worry.
I almost made the joke of, oh man, we need to change that name.
No, I'm going to.
I
No,
didn't want to because I didn't want to insult anyone.
No. The ship's name when it was a slave trading ship was the Valian. It was changed to the Anacron by the labor guilds when they became abolitionists.
Okay.
Noah doesn't care.
No.
Yeah. But it does suit Noah very well, being a tiefling.
That I don't care.
No, that you.
Oh, yeah.
That you are stealing a former tiefling slave trade ship.
Yeah.
Stealing. Thank you very much. It was given to us by a criminal that probably stole it.
It was originally
No, he won in the
stolen.
poker game.
Legally?
No,
Without cheating?
no. Of course not. In fact, if I remember correctly, he won it from Orson. And Orson stole it from the owners, which he killed.
How
So-
long has Tristan had this ship? I thought it was a recent thing.
It is fairly recent,
Okay.
but not like yesterday.
Because I know Christmas didn't know about it when he was
No,
with the
he got
Crows. It
this-
was post
He would have
breakup.
gotten this like maybe a year after the Crows fell apart.
Okay.
Yeah, before Orson knew better, basically.
I mean, renaming it to anything that isn't the name of the ship that the butcher, the quarry butcher has been flying around in for who knows how long, would probably be a good idea.
Not the Crow ship.
Yeah.
To be fair, Tristan does not personally use it.
Okay.
He uses it for smuggling.
Not Tristan's.
Yeah, exactly.
To answer your earlier question, no, I don't think we need to go back for anything. Who needs to bring a child with on this adventure?
Okay, but also, he hasn't seen his
I know.
son for a long time.
I
To
know.
be fair, his son hasn't been
Be
alive
kind
that
of
long.
rude.
I know.
Yeah. But
Well,
also
yeah, but-
people that can help us crew the ship and people that have experience working on airships, which none of us do.
You will still need additional crew, but you can hire that.
Yeah.
Because mechanical airships aren't widespread yet, but a lot of normal sailors do learn to work aboard them just in case they get the opportunity. So you can kind of just hire sailors, which Konstanos is technically a port city, or it has a port, so you can find that.
Also, I don't want my family near Taiylor
Fair.
and get news that my son was stolen by him. So, yeah,
So you guys head back to Avonfear Wake.
yup.
Cool.
At least I am.
Who else gone? Please
I
say
mean-
everybody.
I mean,
I'm assuming
together,
we're all going
yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys head back across Daramandros to Avonfear Wake, and as you arrive, you hear a commotion.
Oh, God.
I fucking knew it.
Oh,
This dick.
You thought you were gonna get away?
I was gonna try to.
Yeah, you arrive to hear the very distinctive sounds of Torov and Wolfe and a couple other people yelling. And as you guys come around the corner to where the sort of apartment courtyard is, you see, lo and behold, Taiylor, the chieftain of the Nathar, standing out front of the apartment. It looks like a lot of other people are like seeing this like conflict build up, and they're sort of rushing away, like, oh, we don't want to be part of this.
Just
Torov,
in case shit goes down, if we see there's a commotion and we're running to it, I would like to use 12 seconds to cast Weapon of Reckoning, and then also with a 5th level spell, cast Armor of Agathis on myself.
are both of those concentration?
No, Armor of Agathis is not concentration.
Okay, gotcha.
Which means it's
What
stupid.
did we hear shouted? Like, what's being shouted?
Well, I'm getting to it.
Sorry, because I might have a reaction kind of thing.
So as you guys come around the corner, you'll be able to see them from a distance and start to hear what's going on. You see Torov and Wolfe standing in front of the apartment door, and Taiylor is backed by Valkyrie. Taiylor is trying to speak calmly to the two, but Torov is continually just telling him, like, go away, get out of here, you are not wanted here. And Wolfe is just straight up telling him to go fuck himself. You can hear Taiylor saying, I just want to talk to her and I just want to see my grandson. And you see the apartment door open and Lorcan steps out, looking at like all of this happening, sees Taiylor, realizes who it is, and looks past him to see all of you guys. And you see him slip back in and you hear him lock the door.
Are we within 90 feet?
Yeah, you're getting there.
Cool. I look at Foostrak. I'm like, draw your weapon. And I cast Vortex Warp on Taiylor. I need him to make a con saving throw.
Okay. Got a lot of constitution.
Yeah, I bet.
19.
Fuck.
Hold on.
Oh, can you
Attack roll,
slice him
ability
down?
check, or damage roll. I'm just checking real quick. How far away is he?
90 feet.
I got nothing.
Okay. So you attempt to cast your Vortex Warp, and Taiylor feels it, try to grab him, and you see him just shoulder away from him, and he turns to look at all of you.
That didn't work.
Nope.
And he calls out, he says, Foostrak, come calm down your goddamn woman.
Vortex Warp.
Okay.
Oh god. I want to move closer so I can get within 60 feet of him.
What is Vortex Warp? Is it just wind? Like what-
No.
No.
It's like
No,
teleportation.
It's a forced teleport.
Yep.
15.
Fail. He appears directly in front of Foostrak.
Whoa.
Okay. So he gets... Oh, you just swing away.
So I should say, I'm going to Giant's Might and then swing.
Oh my god.
Alright, there's gonna be no fucking talking in this one, so...
I thought you were going to talk to him,
Sure
but this
is.
is cool. This is fine.
Yeah.
You said draw your weapon.
I said draw it
Say
to
draw your
threaten
weapon.
him, not to hit him with it.
Ah, we're gonna do this. So that is where we will end for today.
Oh boy.
Exactly 3 o'clock. And next time we will have the long-awaited showdown between Taiylor Broadhorn and Foostrak Wildborn.
Yep.
I've
Woo-wee.
literally been planning this battle since this campaign started.
He should have listened to my wife.
Yeah. And he also probably shouldn't have called her your goddamn woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
Look, we don't have to kill him. We just have to teach him a lesson.
Taiylor has a hard time learning without being dead.
Yeah, most of the Nathar do.
So,
I think even after that they don't mind.
Honestly, we try to talk everyone down. It feels good to just not
Yeah,
for
it does.
once.
yeah,
Yeah.
Take Noah's advice. Just burn it down.
Yeah.
Yep. That's who I am, you guys.
So, we're shockingly ending almost on time today. I would call this on time because it's under 3:30. Yeah, we'll start up with that fun battle next time and get into the Anachron or whatever it's going to be named next time. And get into some more shenanigans.
I still vote not
Do you guys
Tristan.
have an idea of what you want to do next? Assuming somebody survives Taiylor's attacks?
I think it would be a very good idea for us to go through all of the letters we have got recently and compile a list of what needs helping with and who we can delegate to help with other things, because it will make deciding what we want to do next a lot easier.
Yes.
Yep.
Very good choice. We'll talk a little bit about that afterward. But yeah, thank you everybody for joining us. You can catch us on Twitch 11 a.m. Eastern on Saturdays and see VODs and podcasts on the following Wednesdays. On YouTube, Spotify, and other podcast platforms, we have links in the link tree for that, for our Redbubble shop, for all of our personal Twitters and websites and such. We do have, let me grab the streaming schedule. Late summer's gonna be a little weird because we've got a lot of shit going on. But for September thus far, it looks like we are planning a normal session next week, a pre-record after that, and then missing 2 weeks. Due to my new schedule starting, I'll have to figure out what it is first. We may or may not be able to pre-record. We'll see based on that. But yeah, September's gonna be weird. October's probably gonna be weird, and then we'll start getting into the holidays, and that's gonna be weird. So yeah. But we'll keep that updated as we go. So I believe that's all I have to say at the moment, and I'm hoping that potentially next time we'll have a little more information about the upcoming book, finally. But yeah. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Bye.
So long, and thanks for all the fish.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. Bis soon.